capacity. I can do nothing to support the speech that accompanies this complaint, filed today by a victim can no longer be protected. I think it's enough. I come to denounce because at last I am dead. But I'm not in a hurry. You will know which form I have to fill out. I'm sure there's a checkbox to mark announced death like mine, or like trans deaths, or deaths due to teenage pregnancy, or deaths at the hands of cyberbullying, or Afro women at the hands of racism. All announced deaths. You will have a manual, a vademecum of guilt, that explains the level of involvement of the accused. Look it up. I need it to be well understood. I am here to prove that they are guilty. I want to denounce them for complicity and failure to help. Do you think the case will be successful? I see them worried, as if they don't know what to do with my words. It's their job to ask questions and take notes. I am dead because no one ever saw anything. Death happens so slowly that you keep answering the phone and even your fingernails grow. They kill you in silence. No bills. A little peace every day. Fill out your damn questionnaire. Don't be pusillanimous. Me being the dead is just one circumstance. It happened a few hours ago. They killed me at home like someone crushing lies with their fingernails. What? They'll need proof? And that's what I'm here for. A corpse willing to testify. Easiest case ever. Forensic experts brought me here with their work done. We were old acquaintances. And the autopsy, more than autopsy, was a reunion. Killing is just a gesture. You squeeze and the neck breaks like glasses that fall out of your hands. But make no mistake about me, I don't want promises or offices where I can talk much more comfortably about my problems. I want to denounce, and I have a public defender assigned to me. The violence is enormous, but this is not a war. Sleep well. Wars are fought against peoples, and we women are not a people. They are carried out against ideas, and women are not an idea. They are fought against men, and women in wars. We are bodies that make bodies, bodies that are widowed and violated. That's why nobody ever saw anything. There's no epidemic or extermination as long as they kill us at home. One at a time, like crushing lies with your fingernails. You can cut me open and analyze me in parts. This time I'll get to the end, and you can hang a medal on yourselves. At last, she sleeps peacefully, the dead woman in her box. That's enough. My name is Magali Cisneros, belonging to the Ipiales indigenous resguardo in Colombia and justly condemned to flogging by indigenous authorities, male rulers who condemn us for defending women's rights. I don't want to be a dead woman anymore.
Ya son 30 años de propuestas y reclamos. Nos juntamos, nos miramos, nos reconocemos, nos organizamos. De la violencia que nos quiere calladas, puertas de miedo acorraladas, burocracia que calla nuestras muertes cantadas. Nunca nadie dio nada. Te dio nada. Las promesas, demasiados despachos, las soluciones y acciones de inmediato. Somos cuerpos que detienen las redes, botín de guerra, solo somos mujeres. Nos desaparecen de una en una, la calle en las fiestas, de una en una nos falta limpieza, de una en una, como quien aplasta viejos con las uñas. Mujer, el dolor que el sistema es una guerra. La pandemia, el dolor del sistema, que se caiga y de la tierra, la tierra, la muerte, que no nos juzgan, se carga, se aprovecha, se alimenta, porque se abre como ella, el dolor y en esta grieta, somos heridas, la conciencia. Este sistema y de guerra, sube la marea, sanando la tierra. Soy invencible de la madre tierra, nunca resistiendo contra las violencias. Vamos con las niñas, una nueva era. Ese sistema de muerte y de guerra, sube la marea y esto es lo que trae. Ya no se puede mirar a otra parte. Somos muchas tomando las calles, en los despachos queremos coraje. Y de esta marea que a todas nos lleva, ya no estamos solas, venimos con ella. Las mujeres discas venimos con ella, indígenas negras venimos con ella. Las mujeres trans, hijas campesinas, las que huyen del hambre venimos con ella. Las que engordamos venimos con ella, desaparecidas volvemos con ella. Mujeres, el dolor, el sistema, es una guerra. La pandemia, cruje el dolor, cruje el sistema, de la marea, sanando la tierra, la tierra, la tierra, de nuestras ancestras, no nos callen, nos albergan, nos apapachan.
It embraces us, it nurtures us, it feeds us. Let her open, we are like her. It creaks the pain, and in that crack we are the seed of another consciousness. The system of death and war creaks, rises the tide healing the earth. It creaks the pain, and in that crack we are the seed of another consciousness. Creaks the system of death and war, rise the tide healing the earth.
Agradecemos a LAC mucho la presentación de este video.
We thank LAC for the presentation of this video. It's a beautiful way to start this morning's work. We're going to begin with panel 1, which has to do with the mechanism for women and the architecture of the state. I'm going to ask the Minister of Women of Paraguay, Cynthia Figueiredo, to lead and moderate this panel. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. At 30 years of its approval during the 4th Global Conference on Women celebrated in Beijing in 1995, the Declaration and Platform for Action of Beijing continues to be a milestone and a reference in the international agenda and in the regional agenda of human rights, guiding our normative frameworks and public policies that seek to advance towards gender equality. Latin America and the Caribbean have a regional gender agenda that is ambitious, deep, and comprehensive, with over 47 years, where the member states of ECLAC have met in the Regional Conference on Latin America and the Caribbean with the public policies on gender equality, guarantees of women's rights, adolescents, and girls. It's important to mention that the agreements of the Regional Gender Agenda approved within the framework of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America were also significant contributions to work on the commitments of the Beijing platform. In 2022, ECLAC's member states approved the Buenos Aires commitment and agreed to advance towards the care economy as a transnational change required to build a new development style that will put equality and sustainability at its core. Following the commitments made with the Platform for Action of Beijing and the Regional Gender Agenda, the region's governments have a mechanism for the advancement of women of different degrees of institutions and hierarchies that have as a purpose to lead and coordinate the gender equality policies and to guarantee that these cross-cutting processes on gender equality can permeate all structures of the state. Today, we find ourselves in this panel with our peers in order to exchange ideas and perspectives on the challenges and opportunities to strengthen the mechanisms to advance women to move towards substantive equality by means of sharing experiences, and the idea is to generate this gender architecture in the different powers of the state and at different levels of the state. The role of women's groups and feminists is important to promote these equality policies. We're going to begin this panel always being mindful of our time, and I will be moderating to stick to the allotted time. We're going to begin with Citlali Hernandez Mora, who has been appointed by Mexico's Women's Secretariat. She will be joining us virtually.
Hola, buen día a todas. ¿Me escuchan?
Escuchamos, secretaria.
Muchas gracias, querida Ingrid. Les saludo.
Thank
primero
you,
con mucho
Ingrid.
gusto
I would
a
like
todas
to
ustedes
greet
allá. Me habría
you all.
encantado, estar, sin embargo, bueno, pues
I would have
estamos
loved to be there
ya
in
en el
person.
arranque del
However, we
gobierno
find
en
ourselves
México y bueno, estamos
here
muy
in
bien
Mexico.
representadas
We are very
por
well
Ingrid Gómez.
represented by
Les
Ingrid
saludo a
Gomez.
todas, de verdad,
I
con
would like to
muchísimo
greet
gusto.
you
Me da
all with great
pues
pleasure.
mucha emoción estar en este
And
encuentro.
I'm thrilled to
Agradecer
be
también a la CEPAL
participating in this
por la
meeting. We
invitación y
thank
por el
ECLAC for the
acompañamiento.
invitation and
Y bueno,
for
primero quisiera
accompanying
presentarme.
us in this
Para
process.
mí
I'd
es
like to introduce
un
myself.
honor
For me, it's
poder
an honor
compartir unas
to
palabras en
share a
este
few
panel,
remarks here at this panel.
fundamentalmente por lo que significa la
Basically,
conferencia
because
regional
of
y lo que significa para
what this
México
regional
en el
conference
mundo,
means
desde la
and what
calle,
it means
desde la
to
lucha, desde la
Mexico
academia,
from the streets, from
también, digamos,
academia,
desde
with
los
all the
esfuerzos
efforts made and
regionales que
from the
nos han ido
regional efforts that
encontrando a todas
have
para llegar a momentos
found us
por lo
all
menos en
here
México en el que
to reach this
podemos
moment in Mexico
presumir
where
con
we
mucho
can
orgullo este tiempo que estamos viviendo, que significa mucho para las mujeres
experience this
mexicanas. Me
time
presento,
that
mi
is so
nombre es
important for
Citlali
Mexican
Hernández
women.
Mora.
My name is
Soy primera
Citlalia
secretaria de
Hernandez
Mujeres
Mora. I am
en
the
México en
first
este gobierno
Secretary
que
of
ha
Women
iniciado ya hace unos meses.
here
La primera
in Mexico. It
presidenta de
began
México,
a
la
few months ago
doctora
with the first
Claudia Sheinbaum.
woman president of
Significa mucho
Mexico.
para nosotras
It means a lot
esta
to us,
secretaría, este
this
momento en el que
secretariat,
tenemos
this
a la
moment where
primera mujer presidenta después de
we have the
200
first
años
woman
de
president after
democracia.
200 years of
No es menor,
democracy. It is
significa
not
la creación de esta
to be taken
secretaría,
lightly,
primero el
and
interés
therefore
prioritario
the
del gobierno
secretariat was
mexicano,
created. It
el
has to do with
compromiso de nuestra
political will, with a
presidenta
commitment of our
para
president
fortalecer y
to
garantizar
strengthen
los
and
derechos, por
guarantee
supuesto, para toda la sociedad
the
mexicana,
rights
pero
for
fundamentalmente
all of
fortaleciendo
the Mexican society and strengthening and placing an accent on the advancement of women's substantive rights and to fight violence against women, starting from a reality that is extremely important and that our President Claudia Sheinbaum has mentioned. It begins with the reality that women, for many years, have been discriminated and excluded and suffered structural violence, which in this government that will last 6 years will be accelerated. We will try to reduce this gap,
lo cual, pues, en pleno siglo XXI de repente es
and
inconcebible pensar que
in
siga habiendo esta
this
desigualdad.
century,
El acceso a veces
it
hasta a
doesn't make
derechos básicos.
sense, and
Por eso
it's
es que
unheard
hay un
of that we still
compromiso
have this.
reforzado
This is
por el
why
gobierno
we have this
del Estado
commitment
mexicano para
by
que
the
estos
Mexican
6 años del
state,
gobierno de
so
la
that in
doctora
these
Claudia
six
Sheinbaum y de
years,
nuestro encargo en la Secretaría de las Mujeres se acelere todo lo
it
que está a
can
nuestro
be
alcance, la
accelerated.
movilización de todo el Estado mexicano, lo que
Mobilization,
significa los 3 órdenes de gobierno, el
the
gobierno
three
federal, los
government
gobiernos
orders,
estatales, municipales
federal,
y por
state,
supuesto los 3
municipal,
poderes
and of
para que
course with
se
the different
acompañe y
powers
se coordine desde el Poder
so that it can be
Ejecutivo, desde el Poder
coordinated
Legislativo
from
y
the
fundamentalmente
executive
el Poder
and
Judicial, que es donde más
the judiciary,
retos hay para garantizar la
where
procuración
we
y
find most
la justicia en
challenges
términos generales para las mujeres.
regarding
Así que
justice in
participar en este
general for
panel
women.
denominado
And
Mecanismos para el Adelanto de las Mujeres y
the idea
Arquitectura
is
de Género en
to
el Estado, justamente nos permite
work on these mechanisms
desde México comentarles
that
un
allow
poco sobre
us
este encargo que la presidenta nos ha
to
encomendado
share with you
al
this
crear esta
mission
primera Secretaría de
of
las
our
Mujeres
president in
en
creating
México.
this first
Recordar que
Secretariat of Women in
muchas de
Mexico.
ustedes seguramente conocen a nuestra colega Nadine Gassman, que era la titular del Instituto de las Mujeres, pero ahora se crea
Nadine
esta
Gassman was
secretaría, se eleva a rango de
part
secretaria de
of
Estado
this
del
effort
Ministerio,
initially, but
y esto
the
implica una
Secretariat of Women
articulación
was created after
institucional muy amplia para apostar, por
our
ejemplo, a
president
la
took
erradicación de las
office.
violencias. Y quisiera compartirles muy
And of course,
rápidamente que
again, the
en el
idea
marco
is
del
to
25 de
eradicate
noviembre
violence
justo
against women.
ayer,
In
hace
November, on November
algunas
25th,
semanas, presentamos
a few weeks
frente al
ago,
pueblo de México de
we
manera
presented,
amplia y fuerte una campaña permanente que hemos
we had an
denominado en esta
ongoing
primera etapa
campaign.
Es tiempo de mujeres sin violencia, como una expresión frente
We
al pueblo de
started
México,
looking
frente
at
a todos los
trying
actores
to
interesados,
achieve
frente a actores públicos y
a state
privados,
without
a
violence,
generar
working
un
with
trabajo
the
conjunto
public
que nos permita
realm, with
concientizar
private
y generar
world,
nuevos
in order
paradigmas
to
de
create
desarrollo
awareness
en
and
que
to
esta nueva
generate a
sociedad
paradigm and
humanista
bet on a more
coloque a las
humanistic
personas por encima de cualquier interés,
society,
por
putting
encima del
people above
capital,
all other
que
interests, above
provoque la
capital,
reflexión
above
reflexiva de cómo podemos
anything,
reconstruir
to
nuestra
generate
manera de convivir, nuestra manera
reflection on how to for us to reflect
ubicarnos
on
como
how we
sociedad
wish to live, how we
y
wish our
construir
society
relaciones
to
entre
be, and to
hombres y
build
mujeres.
better
Y en el fondo
relationships between
buscamos
men and
la
women.
construcción de una nueva matriz cultural, porque para nosotras
We're aiming at the
y
construction of a new
seguramente
cultural
para todas
matrix.
ustedes,
Maybe
uno de los
for
grandes
many of
retos
you,
es
one of the
cómo
big
disminuir
challenges is
la
how
violencia
to
en nuestros países. Si
decrease
en
violence in
México
our countries. In
hay
Mexico,
avances
progress
legislativos, cada vez hay
has
más
been made
mujeres en la ejercicio del
legislatively. I mean,
poder,
more women
hay
are
como
in
en muchas
power.
partes de la región
Like in many parts
una
of the region,
expresión
there
social,
is a
una nueva
social
ola feminista que
expression, a new
plantea
feminist
una
wave
serie
demanding
de
a
elementos
series
comunes,
of
de que
common
nos queremos
elements.
vivas, de que en
We
una
want
más,
all of us
que se
alive.
plantean distintas
Uh,
agendas, pero el
Different
reto es cómo
agendas are there,
disminuimos
but the
la
challenge is
violencia,
how do
porque
we decrease
pareciera
violence?
que
Because it would
conforme avanzamos
seem that as we
en
move on, in
derechos, en acceso, en
terms of
participación política,
rights,
por ejemplo,
access, political
hay
participation, for
grandes
instance,
avances,
there,
pero la violencia
progress
no
is
termina
good, but violence is still
de
there.
modificarse por completo. Y nuestra reflexión es
And
que
our idea
necesitamos
is that we
generar una
need
nueva
to
convivencia entre
speed
hombres y
up
mujeres, una
a new way
reflexión
of living
colectiva
between
de esas
men and women, a
realidades, de esas
collective
palabras, de esas conductas que a veces nos
reflection of
parecen
those
normales,
realities and
pero que en
behaviors that
realidad son
to be
parte
normal, but
de
are
esta
part
manera en la
of
que
these
prácticamente
way
nacemos, crecemos, nos
that
desarrollamos,
we are
vamos al
born,
trabajo, a la
we are
escuela
grow,
y
we grow,
replicamos
we
una
go to
serie
school,
de
we go to
violencias que
work,
a veces
and there are
miran
a series of
a las
violent
mujeres como
acts that
inferiores, como
uh,
débiles.
that look down women. So our wager is that in this historical moment of Mexico, with the first female president, with all the expectations around all this, and the progress in terms of creation of public policy, prevention of violence, we can have an ongoing campaign for a public discussion, a collective reflection, a change in the awareness, so as to live differently, so as to prevent,
no inmediata, pero sí de
well,
mediano
maybe not
plazo,
immediately, but in
las
the
violencias,
midterm,
¿no?
in order to
Considerando
prevent
pues que hay
violence.
un sistema
Si on considère qu'il y a
construido,
tout
este
un
sistema
système qui a été
patriarcal que nos ha
construit,
ido
un
heredando
système patriarcal qui
desigualdades
nous a hérité
estructurales que
des
a
inégalités
veces
structurelles,
pues son
parfois.
no solo violentas en cuanto a la
Il ne
violencia
s'agit pas
física,
simplement d'une
sino en todo el
violence
acceso
physique,
a los derechos,
mais on parle
oportunidades,
à l'accès de
etcétera.
droits, aux
Nuestra reflexión es que
opportunités,
año tras
etc.
año se
Et
designan
chaque année,
presupuestos
on va
a
allouer des
instituciones
budgets à des
concentradas en
institutions qui sont
garantizar más derechos para las mujeres,
concentrés à
hay
garantir
programas,
des
hay
droits pour les
proyectos,
femmes. Il y a des
pero
programmes, il y a des
creemos que estamos
projets,
en la
mais nous
oportunidad
croyons
de tener
que ça, c'est
avances mucho
l'opportunité
más
d'avoir des
sustanciales
progrès
todavía
beaucoup
en la
plus
materia
importants encore dans
y
ce
que el reto de
domaine
esta Secretaría de
et
las
que les
Mujeres es
défis de ce secrétariat des femmes est de
todas las políticas de
transversaliser
género
toutes les
en
politiques
toda la
de
acción
genre
pública,
dans toute
en
l'action
todos
publique,
los niveles de
à
acción
tout
de
niveau
las otras
d'action
secretarías del
des
gobierno
autres
de México.
secrétariats du
Yo
gouvernement
me
du
atrevo a decir
Mexique.
que es la
Moi,
primera vez en
j'essaierais de
México, a
dire que
pesar de
pour la
los grandes
première fois au
avances que ha
Mexique,
habido,
malgré
que
tous
habrá
les
una
progrès que nous avons
perspectiva
eus,
de
on
género en
va
el Estado
avoir une
mexicano
perspective
por
de
el gran
genre dans l'État
compromiso
mexicain
que
à
la
cause de
presidenta
grands
tiene con las
engagements qu'il
mujeres
y
y
a
por
la
supuesto por el
présidente avec les
trabajo que
femmes,
estaremos
mais aussi pour
realizando
le travail que
con
nous
nuestra
allons
colega
faire
Ingrid Gómez, que
avec
será
notre collègue
lo que es nuestra
Ingrid Gómez,
subsecretaria
qui est notre
y todas las
vice-ministre,
compañeras que
et toutes
integramos
les
pues
collègues
este esfuerzo de
qui
la Secretaría de
font
las
partie de
Mujeres.
cet
Para
effort du
nosotros también es
secrétariat
muy
des femmes.
importante
Pour nous,
la
c'est très
construcción de la
important aussi
sociedad
la
de cuidado.
construction de la société des
Si
soins.
miramos que la
Si on
precariedad es toda
regarde
la
que la
suma de
précarité
vulnerabilidades
et
individuales,
toutes les
tenemos que hacer
vulnérabilités
entonces una
individuelles
planificación
qui
con
existent,
toda
nous
la
devons
visión del Estado
planifier avec
para tener
toute
una
la vision de
herramienta que nos
l'État pour avoir
permita
un outil
un
qui va
Estado
nous
cuidador, pero
permettre
no solo un
d'avoir
Estado
un
pensándolo como
État
el ejercicio del
soignant, mais
gobierno,
pas un
sino
État comme un
también
exercice de gouvernement,
buscando
mais
y
un État
retomando esas
qui
raíces
cherche et qui reprend les
comunitarias,
racines
culturales que existen en
comme
nuestras
des points
comunidades y que
unitaires,
vayamos delineando esta
culturels,
sociedad de
et nous
cuidados
allons concevoir
en
nos
México
sociétés
que le
de
hemos
soins au
llamado
Mexique,
un
que
sistema
nous l'avons appelé un
sistema
national,
progresivo
un système
hacia una
progressif,
sociedad de cuidados donde
vers une
vayamos
société de soins
articulando
où
también todas
nous
las áreas
allons
del
pouvoir
Estado y de la
articuler
sociedad
tous les
rumbo a
secteurs de
esa
l'État, toute la
lógica cuidadora que
société,
permita
et en
mejorar las
allant vers cette
condiciones de vida de
logique
las
qui va
mujeres,
améliorer les conditions
de
de vie des
nuestros
femmes,
territorios
de
y
nos
que en el fondo estamos
territoires, et
convencidas es
que,
una
au fond, nous
apuesta
sommes
a
convaincus
mejorar
que c'est un
la
pari
vida
pour
social y la
améliorer la vie
convivencia social
sociale
en
et
general. En ese
en
sentido y en
général. Dans
aras de
ce sens,
continuar
et pour
impulsando
pouvoir
el
continuer à
compromiso de Buenos
encourager
Aires
l'engagement de
2022,
Buenos Aires
camino a
2022,
la 16
et
Conferencia
en
Regional sobre la
allant
Mujer,
vers
la
la
LAC y el Caribe a
66e
realizarse en México el
conférence
próximo año,
régionale
en
pour l'Amérique latine et les
2025,
Caraïbes sur la
estamos
femme,
trazando la ruta para hacer
nous
posible
faisons
esa
la
sociedad de
route
cuidado
pour
de
faire
forma
une société
progresiva
de
durante
soins
este
d'une façon
sexenio,
progressive
destacando la visión de México
qui
sobre los cuidados como un bien común, como un derecho, pero también considerando la pluralidad de realidades que hay en México, los contextos distintos que alberga nuestro país, empezando por una de las primeras acciones de la presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum, que fue presentar, que son las primeras reformas que en calidad de presidenta manda al Congreso Federal, que presentó un paquete de reformas constitucionales para reconocer la igualdad sustantiva desde la Constitución mexicana, que se materialice la eliminación de la brecha salarial y se garantice la igualdad salarial entre hombres y mujeres, para ampliar la obligatoriedad de la paridad de género en toda la administración pública, tanto federal como estatal y municipal, así como el fortalecimiento de medidas de protección para las mujeres en materia de violencia digital, de violencia vicaria y de violencia en general. Y algo que nos parece muy importante en este paquete de reformas constitucionales que se derivan en otras reformas a leyes secundarias, la creación de fiscalías especializadas en delitos en materia de género en cada una de las entidades de nuestro país. México tiene 32 entidades federativas. Y bueno, quisiera, porque sé que quizás el tiempo ya no está, me irá favoreciendo, pues compartirle algunas de las prioridades del Estado
Sharing some of the
mexicano
priorities of the
en
Mexican
los que
state
se
in
han
the last
concentrado
few years,
en
and those that
acelerar este proceso de
been
las mujeres y
speeding up
niñas
the
en distintas
process
áreas.
of girls in
Denuncio
different
algunas de
actions.
las que
These
se
are
han realizado
some
a
that
nivel
have been
federal,
conducted
no
as
sin
a
antes
federal level.
destacar que
But we
hay
need to
avances
emphasize that the progress,
fundamentales
fundamental
la
progress, has
presidenta
been
Claudia
made.
Sheinbaum,
President
fue jefa de
Sheinbaum
gobierno en
was
nuestro
the head
gobierno.
of government
Ingrid Gómez,
in Mexico
está
City. Ingrid Gomez
representándonos allá
representing
como
us there
manera más
in the best,
emocionante. Fue
in a
secretaria de
very exciting way.
Mujeres
She
en la
was
Ciudad
the
de México,
Secretary
en
of
el
Women in
gobierno de la
Mexico
doctora
City,
Claudia Sheinbaum en la
and
Ciudad de México, y la
Dr.
cantidad de
Sheinbaum's
acciones que
administration
se
in Mexico
realizaron a
City,
favor
and
de
the
las
number of
mujeres
actions
son
for women
ejemplares, digamos,
are
en comparación con
an
otras
example
acciones que se han
compared
realizado
to
en otras
other
entidades
actions
federativas.
in
Sin embargo, me
the
gustaría
federal level.
mencionarles
But let me
algunos de los avances
just
que a
mention
nivel
some
federal
of
se han
the
logrado y que son
progress
parte
that
y que
achieved,
nosotras
which are part of
profundizaremos, daremos
what we will
continuidad
be
y seguiremos pues
working on,
realizando.
continue to work on.
La igualdad y la no discriminación
Equality and
en la
non-discrimination, for
legislación, el
instance,
acceso
in
a la
legislation,
justicia de
access
una
to
manera
justice
más eficaz,
in a more
la
efficient
erradicación de la
way,
pobreza,
eradication of
productividad agrícola
poverty,
y seguridad alimentaria como
agriculture
parte de una
productivity,
política social
food
que
security
ha
as part of a social
impulsado el
policy
gobierno pasado y que luego ha continuado este
that has been
gobierno,
driven
que
by
sin
the
duda
last administration
favorece
and
mucho
this
más a
administration that
las
will
mujeres
favor
en
women.
combatir
These
la
attempts
pobreza y disminuir la
fighting
desigualdad,
poverty and decreasing
la eliminación de la
inequality,
violencia contra las mujeres y las
elimination of
niñas,
violence
la
against
actualización permanente de
against
datos de
women and
estadísticas de
girls,
género para la
updating of
direccionalidad de
gender
recursos y la eficiencia
statistics
pública.
for public
Tenemos el Instituto de
efficiency
las
and
Mujeres
allocation of funding.
junto con ONU
We
Mujeres,
have the Institute of
fue
Women, and
construyendo un mapa
together
de
with
cuidados y un
UN Women
observatorio
built
que ponemos a disposición como
a
herramienta
care
también
map,
para sumar todo este
which is
esfuerzo
a
en
tool
la
that we
materia,
make available
tanto pues de los
both
estados hermanos como de
the
las agencias
for
de los
different
sistemas de las Naciones Unidas,
governments and states
el
and
acceso a
UN
servicios de salud,
agencies
incluyendo
access to
de salud sexual y
health
reproductiva, así
care
como los derechos
services,
reproductivos,
including
algo que es
sexual and
fundamental y que nos
reproductive health
caracteriza
care.
mucho en México,
Something that makes
es
us
la
very proud
participación y
here in
representación
Mexico
política de las
is
mujeres en el
political
país.
representation of
En
women in the
2019
country.
se
In
inició una reforma de
2019,
la que fui
there was a
parte
reform of which I
entonces
was
como senadora de la
part
República,
as a
que
senator,
incorporó este principio de
which
paridad
include
en
this
México y
principle of
logramos
parity in
que de
Mexico. And
32 entidades de la
about
República, por primera
32
vez en
agencies for
México,
the first time
es
in
poco
Mexico.
todavía, pero
It's
es un
still
avance
very
fundamental.
small, but
Por primera vez hay
it's a
13
progress.
mujeres que
We have
son electas
13 women that
gobernadoras
are
en
were
las últimas
elected as
elecciones del
governors in the last
2024 de
elections
este
in
año.
2024
Y el
this year.
cumplimiento de la paridad
And
tanto en la Cámara de
parity,
Diputados
both at
como en el Senado de la República.
The House
Hay
of
paridad,
Representatives, House of
en la Cámara de
Deputies, and the
Diputados hay
Senate.
más mujeres
There is
que hombres
in the
y por
House we have
supuesto
more
este
women than men,
avance
and
en la
this
presencia y
progress
participación
in the
política de
presence
las
and
mujeres
political
pues tiene a
participation of
México
women has
como
Mexico
teníamos
as
disfrutando la
as
primera vez que tenemos una
for the
mujer
first time we have
presidenta.
a woman as
Hoy
president,
finalizando decirles que
and
México está
Mexico.
viviendo un
In
momento
closing,
extraordinario
it's going
en
through
este
amazing
gobierno de la
times in this
presidenta Claudia Sheinbaum.
government of
Estaremos
President
entregando
Sheinbaum's
cuerpo
administration.
y alma para
We
defender la vida de las
will be
mujeres y de las
defending the
niñas
life of
sin
women and
retrocesos,
life
sin
of girls
ubicaciones,
without
porque sabemos
setbacks
que
and no
tenemos una
questions,
gran tarea
because
por
we know
delante
we have a great
y que el
task ahead,
compromiso que la
and the
presidenta y
commitment that
quienes integramos esta
of the
secretaría
president
tenemos
and
es
us
estar
in
a
the
la altura del
secretariat
pueblo
is
mexicano que ha
to
decidido desde hace
be with the
un par de
Mexican
años
government
iniciar
that
un cambio
made the
profundo
decision
y que
to start
decidió en este
a
año
major change, and that this year
acompañar
made the
y
decision to
darle
support
un voto
and
profundamente
to
poderoso, electoral y
vote
de confianza a la
and
primera
vote
mujer
for
presidenta.
a first
Hay una alta
woman
expectativa en
as
México, por
president.
supuesto,
There was
también
high
de tener una
expectations in
mujer
Mexico
presidenta y
of
jefa de la
having
Secretaría
a woman
de las
as
Mujeres.
president, the first
Y por eso yo
women's
aprovecho este
secretary.
espacio
So that's why
para
I take
seguir
this opportunity to
encontrándonos, dialogándonos, por supuesto,
continue to open up
para
the dialogue,
intercambiar las
to
mejores prácticas de
exchange best
gobierno que nos
practices
permitan
of governance,
acelerar estos
and will
retos
allow us to speed up
que
these
sé que todos tenemos.
challenges,
Y
which I
acabo
know we
comentando
all have,
nuestra
and
región
not to allow
vivimos
in
también
our
un
region in the
momento
world, and
complicado.
we're going through
El
difficult
retroceso
times,
desde
setback
todo lo que se ha impulsado
right. Everything that has been pushed for in this conference, in these meetings, in these regional and global meetings, is to continue to be our horizon, our goal, not only for the rights of women, but mainly for a radical and deep transformation of our societies. Because I'm convinced that the feminist agenda um, that can change the reality of women will change the society as a whole, and probably that's the deepest fight and struggle to improve our life and improve our society. So we all agree that it's time to be brave. It's time to walk faster towards equality, to carry out dramatic changes, to challenge all the elements that affect women. And it's important for us to welcome you here in Mexico, sharing many of the actions which I believe, uh, for instance, we are building territorial networks in support of women from communities looking for leaders in the territory. There's a progressive approach of society of care and much more articulated system of public policy that will guarantee and protect the right of women. Actions we are driving for day workers, for maquila workers, workers at home, students, so on and so forth. And for us, it will be very valuable to meet in 2025 in the 16th regional meeting on women of Latin America and the Caribbean. That will also be celebrating 30 years of Beijing platform, the 50 years of the first conference of Tlatelolco, and in the case of Mexico, the first women president in Mexico. I've talked to many of you that met in Beijing and met in other regional conferences, and it's really exciting for them to think that many of what they were discussing then, many of the plans, many of the dreams back then in Mexico, today it's a reality. However, we do know that that's not enough. And for me, it's an honor, although virtually, to be here with you. Again, apologies for not being there. For me, it was, I wanted to be there, but again, Ingrid is the best possible representation. But we will be waiting for you here in Mexico. Uh, we will see you soon. So all I can say, it's a big hug and greetings to all of you. This will continue to be a successful meeting. We'll continue to meet and know that Latin Americans and the Caribbeans, we know that I'm fully convinced that if we continue to push, if we continue to meet, our region will continue to be a light, an example, given the setbacks around the world. And Mexico will continue to contribute very proudly and with dignity to these big challenges in order to change and improve life of women. We'll see you soon here. And again, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this panel. And greetings to all of you. Big hug.
We want to thank the Secretariat of Women in Mexico, Citlali Hernandez, and we would like to request from the panelists to adjust to time and thus fulfill our agenda. Now we will hear the gender, entertainment, and sports from Jamaica, Ms. Sharon Coburn Robinson.
Good morning. I bring greetings from Sunshine, Jamaica. I'm representing my Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport. That's the Honorable Olivia Grange. I also speak on behalf of the entire gender architecture in Jamaica, and that includes civil service organizations. Quite a few of them are here with me today. when we look at the report, thank you, moderator, Cynthia, Minister for Women in Paraguay, and my panelists, fellow panelists. I also want to greet the other Caribbean delegates who are here having a strong presence. It's always important to have the Caribbean representing with Latin America. In the report that was tabled yesterday, that report that's very ambitious, talking about the work that was done over the last 30 years, and in particular, what we want to do in terms of the Beijing Plus 30, I was asked to look at mechanisms for the advancement of women and the gender architecture. And I wanted to use my country, Jamaica, as a case in point. So to make sure that I get everything in, because my time is limited, I wanted to make sure that I use 4 A's to show you how much we were able to accomplish with very limited budget and fiscal space. The first one is access. Of all the things we did over the period of the review, we wanted to make sure that all persons are able to access all of the services, the opportunities, the benefits, rewards, everything that has to do with gender mainstreaming. And so whatever it is that was happening, we wanted to make sure that all persons had access. Another thing we made sure to do over the period is to ensure that we were aligned strategically to all other parties that were doing similar work. I spoke earlier about the gender architecture, and that's because it's not just the gender machinery, but we work in partnership with civil society organizations, private sector, faith-based organizations, community groups, grassroots groups, and all other parties who are doing fantastic work around gender. The third A looks at advocacy. And of course, as women, we understand that we have advocates in this room who are also men. Yesterday it was mentioned that we applaud them because it's not easy sometimes for men to sit through all of the things that women go through. But of course, the advocates in this room understand the importance of advocacy. And so our relentless advocacy continued so that our legislative agenda, or regulatory framework, our policy framework was robust. And the fourth A looks at action. And what kinds of actions did we take? Purposeful action. We recognize that partnership is a new metric, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic that came and almost knocked us over. We are at this point building forward. So the government of Jamaica remains committed to the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action and the regional gender agenda. This is exemplified through strengthening of the institutional framework, as well as increased allocation of technical and human resources for the advancement of the national gender machinery. We did, in fact, make specific strides, which includes enacting new legislation, amending outdated legislation, looking at the implementation of our national policy for gender equality, which we like to call, or raising the tray for gender mainstreaming, implementing our national strategic action plan to eliminate gender-based violence in Jamaica, NSAP GBV, which is very ambitious and looks at 5 strategic priority areas. And this, of course, we do proudly with the support of our NGO partners and civil society. So gender-based violence is a big issue in Jamaica. And so we wanted to make sure that the legislation that exists is strong enough, robust enough, and making sure that redress is swift. So when a woman complains through our GBV helpline unit or through the National Shelter Unit, we are able to respond swiftly with redress that matches the gravity of the offense. So the sexual harassment legislation is what we brought forward based on the fact that so many years persons were languishing with cases of sexual harassment that were unreported or in some cases reported, and nothing was done because there was no legislation in place. And so we were happy that our minister was able to get that approved in 2021, and it took effect on July 3, 2023. The act is ambitious to the extent that it provides protection to all persons who experience sexual harassment. It ensures that environments for work, school, and accommodations are free from sexual harassment. We're not there yet, but this is what it intends to do. It highlights the offensive nature of sexual harassment, and it establishes the liability, certainly, of the offending party, and where necessary, outline the liability of accommodating parties. Another legislation will be looked at is the Domestic Violence Act. Now, the Domestic Violence Act to us is very, very important because that is where a woman can take out a protection order that allows her to have distance between herself and the perpetrator. So that amendment is not completed. At this point, we are involved in a statutory review to make sure that the provisions are strong enough and far-reaching enough. For example, we have expanded the category of persons who are allowed to apply for a protection order on behalf of the abuse. In some cases, the person who has been the recipient of this act of violence is so traumatized and is so sort of like in shock and is so traumatized that they cannot actually go forward to take a protection order out. And so we have established fit persons, as they are called, who can actually assist this person to take the protection order. We have expanded the conduct of behaviors that the court may prohibit the respondent from engaging in. There are times when persons have been maligned, their character have been assassinated, online cyberbullying, and threats have happened in terms of online presence. And so we have made sure in the legislation, been speaking about how to expand that to provide greater protection for those persons. We've also looked at widening the threshold to be met in obtaining a protection order and to increase the penalty for the breach of the protection order. I mentioned the protection order earlier because for this particular legislation, the Domestic Violence Act, that's the greatest form of protection for a woman who can take out a protection order. But because of the culture in Jamaica, and it's also regional, that some persons feel that they have impunity, they are above the law. There are times when there's a breach of that protection order. And so as women, we understand that not in all cases, the person is able to go and take another order out. Because once it's breached, it means you have to take another order. And so shoring up the protection around this person is very important to allow for another protection order, and certainly to send a strong signal to the perpetrator that we do not tolerate violence of any form done to any person at any time and at any point in the life cycle. So the fine has been increased from 10,000, it was a mere 10,000, it's now $1 million, Jamaican dollars, and we intend to have that increased before the statutory review is completed. The policy, of course, I mentioned our NPG and our NSAP. I'll go down to another action which we took because of the fact that we recognize that gender and climate change, there is a nexus between gender and climate change. I had the pleasure of being here in June. I was able to talk about how it is that for the Caribbean region, we are disproportionately affected by gender and climate change. And so we have developed a gender and climate change strategy and action plan, and that was designed to ensure that the commitment to gender and climate change responsive action is done through the implementation of this strategy. In order to have persons who need shelters and spaces that are safe, we have looked at a national strategy for shelters and other safe spaces for survivors of gender-based violence. And that comprehensive strategy allows for a person who complains of an act of violence, who is unsafe, feels unsafe in a space that they are, especially with their children, and want to leave. We have established 2 national shelters that are operational, and those persons are allowed to move swiftly from a place of danger and being unsafe to a safe space that allows them to be able to recover. They get training and psychosocial support and counseling, psychological first aid, and a number of things during that period that they are there. One of the things we need to do now is to have a safe space, that's a transition space that allows persons to commute. Finally, I want to mention the continuum of care, because this is what we call our wraparound services. The continuum of care was launched in July of 2022, June of 2022, in the summer of 2022, and that is the best case we can find now in terms of just coordinating all of the service providers and the persons who work around gender-based violence. And that's inclusive of private sector. Of course, the government takes the lead on that. We have private sector organizations that are a part of that, civil society organizations, international development partners. I cannot overemphasize the support we have gotten from our international development partners, including international bodies like LAC, because there are times when we have been hit by natural disasters, for example, the COVID-19. And after that, we've had Burial and we had Raphael. And that support has allowed us to be able to expand our survivor-centered approach to allow for other types of services that we would need to offer. That includes security, legal services, and just this holistic wraparound for persons who would need it. We also have 4 new units that we established, and we still have challenges. So while we have done so much and we're proud of what we have done, I just want to list a few challenges and then I'm out. So we do have a limited resource space, as I mentioned, a limited fiscal space. And that allows us to not necessarily be able to do as much as we can because our gender budget is not gender responsive. It doesn't allow us to close some of the gaps we have and to have a greater folding in of our CSO presence, our civil society workers and persons who are working in gender space. We still have prevailing harmful stereotypes, and patriarchy is still very rife, even though we have been working hard to change that. We still have persons who don't understand that there is importance to have social justice, gender equality, equity, socioeconomic empowerment, and just about all of the things that we have been assured through the SDGs. We still push every day to achieve the 17 SDGs, but particularly we look at Goal 5, or ambitious, standalone, gender transformative Goal 5, which speaks to empowering all women and girls. The COVID-19 impact is still with us, but we have been able, through purposeful action, partnerships, and just having the power to recognize that as a team, not just the gender machinery, but looking at all the other partners, we can achieve so much. I thank you.
We want to thank the Director of Gender, Ms. Sharon Coburn Robinson, and we will now offer the floor to Minister of Women's Affairs of Brazil, Aparecida Gonçalves. Good morning. I would like to greet my colleague from Paraguay, Executive Secretary, and colleagues here on the table. I have a speech that tackles challenges and acknowledging the importance of the report that was presented, all of the progress and topics presented, and I would like to reflect on the challenges, mainly the challenges of the Brazilian state. And I would like to remind you that we have an important task, and I have accepted Maria's challenge, what she mentioned yesterday, of what is happening from here to 30 years ahead. And this is the horizon of our work. The very first thing that I would like to mention is democracy. The rights of women will not be able to survive without a democratic country. Brazil, 8 or 9 years ago, we went through a coup d'etat motivated by misogyny against the first woman president-elect, Ms. Dilma Rousseff. The highest leader of the country was in jail for approximately 600 days in a legal process that was quite questionable, and we have been able to prove his innocence. We have seen a process that was built, and even in January 8, 2023, we saw that there was a new coup with the occupation of different areas such as Supreme Court, the Congress, and others that was invaded and vandalized by criminals that did not accept what happened in the voting process.
The 3 hierarchical levels that could assume the President of the Republic. We see the threat to democracy and the presence of a new coup, so the defense of public policy of women, uh, is directly related to the premise of a democratic state. I would like to say it. It is an important criterion for all women. And I'll tell you why I'm interested in this perspective. If we look at the whole process that we have experienced since 2010, 12, where the activity in Brazil, we start seeing uh, um, hunt against women that led us to the coup against President Dilma Rousseff, uh, eliminating women's rights. It's something that I'd like to uh, present for all countries to think over here. So what I'd like to present the priorities and the challenges we face. We need, we talked about the importance of equality. However, I'd like to talk about equality when we talk about poverty, for example. Our countries discuss poverty from what perspective? Only hunger? It's not only about hunger. In Brazil, hunger has a race, a face, a gender. In our country, 75% of women or the individuals who suffer from hunger are women, and 50% of them are single mothers. And out of that, 80% of them are black. So we have to define how poverty looks, where it is, and how it happens. Because the situation is not the same for a university professor or for a woman who suffers from hunger. So inclusion, it's an ongoing process for all women. President Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva has invited everyone to join this discussion about this global alliance against hunger and misery. Rich countries should help poorer countries to get out of this situation of extreme poverty and hunger. And the president said that in it, gender equality and race equality must be discussed because this is not separate from fighting hunger, poverty, and the guarantee of democracy. So public policy must be thought from that perspective. It cannot be dealt with in isolation from an this is so important. And to think about equality, it's not possible to think of gender equality without discussing policies of care, without discussing time use policies, the responsibility of the states regarding the time use of women. But it's not possible either that we as a state can take on all responsibility because we need to hold this discussion, which is a sexual division of labor. It is not possible to discuss public policies, and that I hope that has happening now. The fact that our parliament is approving the policy of care, but it's not possible to discuss it without discussing who are the ones who are going to pick up kids from nursery, or there are other topics such as progress in professional career. The idea of what kind of women we want in our countries in the future. It is a matter of inclusion. We have approved the salary equality legislation in Brazil, equal pay. We know that this law exists now, is there, and it actually applies to women who work formally. And once again, talking about equality, this is ironic. A year later, we have two processes in the Supreme Court that claim that this law is unconstitutional. And people asking for this law to be dismantled, basically. And so there's a debate that is also facing some resistance, and we need to work and look for ways to overcome that resistance. This is absolutely evident. And the fact that there's so many people who are not willing to discuss and to accept women's inclusion. I don't know. I'm thinking it's not possible to discuss public policies without discussing diversity and including every single woman. Uh, Women from the Amazon, from peripheral areas to Sao Paulo and Rio, women who lose their kids because they are killed in shootings just because they are black, women who live in the forest. There's a diversity of women in my country, and all of them have their own diversity and culture that comes from their people, from their territories and their region that must be considered in the public policy making. And they cannot be pigeonholed in a single concept. The word woman, it's different women, they are diverse, and this diversity needs to be part of public policy making, and we need to understand it and assume it as a state. So we must adopt this, and ECLAC must include it in its own discussions. And we must include this responsibility. We have the responsibility, women, ministers of women in the different countries. We will be responsible for those setbacks of 10 or 15 years. We've seen enough in these last 30 years since Beijing. And in 95, circumstances were quite difficult at the time. So this is the kind of debate that I'd like to propose. I'd like to discuss parity as well. It is not acceptable that we do not include, there's a 30%, 30% seats for women and 30% of campaign funding. And this year we have increased that 30%. And it is a challenge that for women in their campaigns. We not only have to discuss about funding quotas, we need to discuss seats to guarantee those in Congress in order to achieve parity and to have the right to vote. Everything needs to be written and needs to be said. So we, as ministers of women, we need to be brave. We cannot only blame or leave this as a responsibility of social movements. This is something for which we are also responsible as a state. The state must be a protagonist in advancing this debate in the Constitution and all processes that are necessary for progress. Another important topic for Brazil is misogyny. We discuss. When I took office, they talked about the increase of feminicides, of increased violence against women, and what's the reason? We cannot page. We cannot think that there's hatred, and most of that hatred is against women's bodies, and we're paying for it because when they do not kill us, they silence us through gender-based political violence, through social media, and we're willing to discuss misogyny that we see today in social networks against women who are human rights activists, many times that are, or some of them are they're dead or they leave public life. It's not easy. In Brazil, social movements in Brazil know very well what we're going through, but we need to face it. And President Lula is a big ally. He's always supporting us in these debates, but we have to invite everyone. we have to try to go beyond the institutional context for this debate and to overcome those barriers. And when we talk about misogyny, it's not only about the state. Today, the state works with 40 women's shelters. We're making an effort to strengthen that and to strengthen. We would like to strengthen the whole institutional process of psychological and social services for women. But there's something else, which is to invite society at large so that everyone can say that violence against women is not acceptable. And that is why we're working on a national mobilization against to achieve zero femicides. And we're taking this to soccer stadiums in Brazil. In each stadium, there are 60,000 people, and we need to talk to the soccer fans and to the players so that they talk to their teams and to their fans so we can spread the word. Everyone needs to be part of it. Neighbors, friends, schools, people involved in sports. Everyone needs to talk about women. It cannot be a superficial debate. In Brazil, that exists. There are professors who are prosecuted because they talk about violence and they talk about gender topics in their schools, and that needs to be discussed. So this is a debate, and I'd like to talk about a different type of concern. When we talk about our bodies, we're talking about health. In Brazil, there's increase of obstetrics-based violence. Black women are the ones who die the most. 80% of women die who suffer from obstetrics-based violence or maternity-related death that should not exist 30 years after Beijing. Last week, we have suffered a defeat in the Justice Committee of the Federal Representatives Chamber that has approved a constitutional amendment prohibiting, banning abortion with three causes: sexual violence, rape, or the case of endangered mothers, and other risks that were included by Parliament. So this is something that is here to penalize women and healthcare professionals. This is an aspect that represents a setback, and it is a key debate. Are we going to allow this setback regarding women's bodies as something that is their right, an intimate right? In sexual violence, also 20% are boys and girls between 0 and 5 years of age, and the other 25% from 5 to 9. That is Brazil's reality. These are the girls that are looking for legal abortion rights and justice. And that kind of amendment does is causes raped girls become mothers and rapists become fathers. And that's the debate in Brazil. We must understand that this happens and we must face it. I'd like to tell you that we must discuss once again sexual and reproductive rights of women. We must put this on the table, this topic on the table, which are fundamental topics such as family planning, access to information, and the access to rights in our bodies, and of course, ICLAC. And if CSW doesn't do it, we will not have the strength to resist.
I know my time is up. I can't be remiss to say that this is very important for the Brazilian government. COP30 for us is a huge challenge, and we will need help by ECLAC. It is time because it is this economic and sustainable moment. It's not for women, it's with women. So we need to modify this, the way we approach it and we mention it. We don't want, and I've said this many times in Brazil, we don't want a political qualification policy for being any to obtain a certain job as in housekeeping or whatever it may be. And we need to have this debate. I need to say that with international support, we are able to move forward. And this is why we cannot accept any setbacks, any changes. This institution, Beijing, must be maintained. We are preparing an advanced document at ECLAC that will help us improve on this. We, in 30 years, would like to have our children, our youth, be alive with rights, with all their rights guaranteed by mankind. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Un placer siempre escucharla a la ministra.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to hear Aparecida González. And we would like to hear the representative of the OAS. Good morning and thank you. After this very exciting speech by Aparecida, it's very difficult to continue this celebration that we're having because ECLAC and UN Women have invited us to renew the commitment with Beijing. And it would seem that this all started 30 years ago. 30 years ago, we have Belén do Pará, we had Beijing. And all this together is the mandate of a society whose instruments continues to be the agenda of women. This is extraordinary, and today I think that I'm not sure we could do this and actually achieve all the instruments that were achieved 30 years ago. Two of the elements, it's important to think about its cross-cutting nature, the institutionality of gender. I would like to profoundly recognize the women that have worked on the advancement of women. And the truth is that we've sought, not only because of the topics, but the manner and the methodologies, everything that's been done in the public-private partnerships, how they become, the ministries have become supporters of empowerment and poverty. How the homes and shelters for women that suffer violence, and the position of women with climate change, everything that has to do with how you build processes with young women so that they can be involved with the STEMs and the democratization processes. The minister mentioned it. There is a lot of creativity involved, pushed by the women's movements, and which due to their knowledge and their activism has happened systematically in the agenda for women. That is why this SIM that only develops public policies is executing public policies within the framework of a deep intersectionality with other operators of the state. And this has given the mechanisms a huge push, a political backing in the territory. It is a fundamental change. We also need to recognize in these international mechanisms that in the context of polarization that we've seen in the last few years, Chile, Brazil, Panama, Colombia, and others, and specifically Mexico, who has been the last, have created new mechanisms at a ministerial level and have strengthened the existing mechanisms. However, we also would like to mention that other countries are seeing the opposite. There has been the elimination or weakening of the mechanism. That is why, after so much that has been done, I'd like to present one of the more complex structural changes, the integration of these changes. They are seeing advances and they are putting us at risk of seeing setbacks. It is an articulated and systematic strategy that of disinformation that empties, that have this content and the strategies of visibilization that we have carried out historically. All this brings us at this historic moment to rethink our strategies, to think about how we're going to face disinformation, to go back to this transformation to the concept of gender that exceeds by far the mere description of differences. The truth is that this is a space for articulation, and I hope that we can do so with the universal mechanisms, civil society, and accompanying these processes with ministers. And I would like to mention some contributions within the framework of the Organization of American States. We have one for the promotion of human rights called PIA, which encourages the states to formulate public policies. And I am talking about the need for mechanisms and to accompany the state. There are also special declarations like the Declaration of Santiago from 2008 for the cross-cutting nature of public policies in this regard. And we are also encouraging the formation of partnerships between government and civil society, which have been recently reinforced in the 39th Assembly by means of the Panama Declaration that spoke of the need for partnerships. Some of the instruments that are being created have been put at your disposal, prioritizing the strengthening of the normative framework around the rights of women. Since then, we've created the model law of violence against women and policies and the different protocols, the model law on femicides, model law on care, and now we are in the process of developing the model law for parity so that it can also be in line with the recent recommendation by the CEDAW committee. There is a great discussion here in terms of what it means for democracy to define parity and generate the instruments, but also so that it's not merely about numbers. It has to be a commitment for those who come with the agenda and are able to work on the different powers. How do you work on this with all the other challenges? There's a lot, and there is a component of well-being that is very important, and putting it into context with the current situation. And there is a labor model in the region where we're promoting the participation of women, not only as an individual right of women, but also from a broader perspective that allows us to understand that without us, there is no economic growth. And of course, we're also working on the gender violence model law. So, within this framework of cross-cutting efforts, we've also included the methodology of the participative diagnosis, which has reached the work sectors of industry, trade, etc., and it allows identifying sensitive areas to bridge gaps in all these spaces. In more recent work, we have aimed at the foreign affairs offices, and not only because of their multilateral nature, but also because of their fundamental role in these treaties.
Esto se enmarca en la lógica de la política de diplomacia feminista que recientemente le fue asignado a la Comisión Interamericana de Mujeres en la pasada asamblea de
And
la
it's what we saw in the last assembly of the OAS. In the framework of these processes, we've begun working with the Dominican Republic, with Honduras, and we also began a negotiation with Costa Rica to carry out this process. We also designed the cross-cutting strategy for transformation, and with this multiplayer and territorial situation, the MSIC, we've also seen a series of actions that have generated a lot of data, which allows us, as ECLAC says, to offer information on the 180 laws referring to violence in Latin America. In this last report, 12 out of 15 states have specific laws on femicide, and we have work on intersectionality that has been developed in regards to the fact that victims of violence are mainly girls, adolescents, and 58,000 were indigenous women. Women with disabilities also reported that they were victims of violence, and in cases where sometimes only $2 are invested in these women in the state. So we have been working on intersectionality, and we have always seen light being shed on this with the design of the program for rural women. It was approved by the OAS. We're implementing it now and pushing the universalization of this process. We also talk about indigenous women. We see it in El Cauca, in Colombia, and there have been declarations by Afro-descendant women and women with disabilities. Finally, the Feminist Partnerships to Strengthen the Gender Agenda is a project that states that there is an entire strategy, but to face these obstacles, we need to have a feminist strategy that articulates the ministries with the NGOs, but also academia and other sectors.
What I meant to say is just that the joint work will give life to all the strategic goals set during the last 30 years. And that today we have to strengthen this commitment, because we are halfway. Even though we have to celebrate the achievements, we have to be very careful with the context we live in, and a reconceptualization of many of the strategies so that these forum and fora have more commitment with equality, and so that these can reach more people in the region. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alejandra. And now, the General Coordinator of Network of Afro-Latin American, Afro-Caribbean, and Diaspora Women, Paola Yáñez. Good morning. Celebrations symbolizes historical closures. During the last 3 decades, Latin America has had great achievements in equality as well as institutional and institution as well as regulations to consolidate equality in consistent with Beijing. Yet, the context today it's unfavorable. This is the dismantling of institutionality and accountability mechanisms. Uh, Women advancement mechanisms are play a major role in the advancements in the region, promoting the women enjoy the right to exert their rights. The creation of mechanisms should not be addressed from generalizations or from the lack of memory. These are closely related to Beijing platform. Despite progresses in Latin America and the Caribbean, inequality among social groups is still a distinctive sign in the region, uh, arising from the ethnic, racial, and gender. Intersectionality has led to several challenges. This approach is critical to identify who are in the formulation of public policies. Regional progresses have had to do with the statistical visibility because we can see what is denied. Tools are showing a reality. If it's not seen as a reality, we cannot think of it. Improving the Human Development Index should be considered be an indicator of human development indicator. We normally ask, why are we going to invest on Afro-descendant women when the policies is for everyone? And that is not true, because this is seen in the data that without specific policies on certain populations, these will have an influence in the Human Development Index of the country, not only of the population. So these topics, as been included in a different fora, both at the regional and international level. And the most substantial progresses have been there when we were reaching policies, when the views when there were people were looking at us saying that the policies did not have the same impact among women, that the women face violence at home, and that probably the most dangerous place for women. This has grown. Black women are still dying out on the street, and this is a trend that is still growing in the region. These, among other information, such as Afro descendants, we're around 200 million people. And in the region, we don't have presidents which are Afro descendant. The fact that when we were recognizing that parity democracy would require intercultural approach because blacks and Indians were not reaching there. Then the agenda lost momentum. We cut the budget of the mechanism, thereby affecting programs addressing race. Gender inequality is not an isolated thing, it's part of the structure of our countries, thus becoming a structural problem. Curiously enough, state agency responsible for sexism and racism have very little resources. The solutions to structural problems require structural approaches and robust budget. We cannot have gender justice without resources. Instead of moving forward, we are looking at the dismantling of the institutionality and the weakening of mechanism. There are still stereotypes, gender stereotypes, protection measures, and allocation of resources which are insufficient to meet the actual needs, thereby perpetuating vulneration of rights despite having legal, national, international tools. Enforcement is still difficult. We have to go beyond that to concrete actions that will guarantee women a full, uh, uh, that they can enjoy all these rights. Uh, the society still shows racism and sexism. We have to eliminate that. We cannot exert the right of a life free of violence. In Latin America, we have covered sexism, racism, and sexism are founded in biological differences which are used for the discourse. These will make it difficult to react to that against, which means that the policies should include intersectional and intercultural approaches. This lack of equality is why black women are invisible. We need to access to justice and the cultural barriers Afro-descendant women and indigenous women face by strengthening justice to guarantee access. We need to strengthen the mechanism of advancement. When Afro descendants speak about the right to decent existence, that means that the right to citizenship. Therefore, we need to talk about access to social justice, gender justice, reproductive justice, economic justice, with racial justice. For that, we need for the mechanisms to be strong, with the ability to react with a comprehensive view, avoiding universality of subject, of women subject. Uh, what we are discussing here is the right to exert rights. The region has created lots of evidence of what we need, and those are resources and political will. And political will requires money to turn realities and build a world with social justices seen together with gender, racial, environmental, and economic justice. Like you said yesterday, Lucy, we did a lot with the half a coin, with lots of commitment. We will still need the full coin and more. We need the political will to be expressed in the strengthening of a mechanism to advance women. We need to understand structural problems, and for that we need structural solutions. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, querida.
Thank you, dear Paola. We've used up all the time. It's been very valuable. We will, in the second panel discussion, we'll have the opportunity for interventions. Now, Maria Noel will address the floor in closing this session. Thank you, everyone. It was really a pleasure listening to you. Since I have only a couple of minutes, let me be categorical here. Advancement mechanisms have had an important progress, as some of that said in the last few years. Ecuador, Colombia, Panama, Mexico, countries are very important countries that have increased the institutional category of advancement mechanism. Unlike budgets, we still have 0.18% of national budgets of the main countries that have taken the ministries of women to the next level. In Chile, Chile is the only country where the Ministry of Women it's in the political committee, in the staff of the president. Means politically there was a progression, but we do not have these structures in other countries. Many times the gender ministers tell me that they have problems of discussing certain topics because they don't have the strength they need. And many times, through this alliance with the UN Women, ECLAC, we support ministers for them to have this strength. I believe that we are on the right track. Let me be positive. But the 0.18% is nothing for the 50% of the population. We need to increase those budgets. And for that, we will have a parliamentary forum in Mexico. It's important to talk to parliamentaries, with Congress people. We need this dialogue with Congress. They pass, they approve the budgets. And then we need to look at other sectors. Our economies are based on extraction. We have heard that many times. What are we doing to go into those systems which breach women's rights. We need to be there. We need to demand our presence in all sectors of the economy. Those sectors of the economy are not part of the national budget. They are near fiscal. That is, the we don't know where the investments are being made, but that's not on women. So we need to focus and demand our presence in all sectors of the economy. We cannot be isolated in the ministries of women without technical capabilities and without financial capabilities. We need to speak loud everywhere. And in closing, we've, from the regional office, thanks to the leadership of Barbara Ortiz, we've built a summary of mechanisms and the national authorities in the last 30 years. And that's very little, how much we've grown, how much we've increased, if you wish, in terms of institutions. But politically, it's probably the worst area. How are we really are in terms of political decisions, which are critical by presidents and the highest level ministers? For me, that is key. Our feminist movement, which is wonderful, it really knows how to do things, and we know how to do it. We've been doing this for 50 years. And like we said yesterday with Gina's book and all the expression that the civil society has shared with us. They add stories and beautiful stories, and thanks to those stories and anecdotes, the movement has grown in terms of in constructive demands, because the movement is we're a constructive movement. Since we are in a difficult context, we need to increase those strategies and those tactics. But sometimes in an area, we can do something, and but we cannot do everything at the same time. But we need to reflect on that. How we penetrate every sector of the economy, how we demand the presence of women in every sectors of economy, and how we continue to strengthen mechanism, because that is what Beijing claimed. Those mechanisms are critical for the Ministry of Women, the Institute of Women, or the National Women Authority to offer an opinion in every sector of the economy, to generate jobs for women, generate opportunities for women at all sectors of the economy, not only because it's critical for that economic autonomy to be strengthened, but to fight against the scourge of violence. Thank you very much. Okay, we'd like to thank our panel members, speakers. They've addressed the topics very strongly. And of course, Maria, I would like to thank you for these closing remarks. And our chairperson yesterday said that it's not easy for women, but being the chair of a panel discussion is not easy. So I'd like to thank the Madam Minister of Paraguay, Cynthia Figueredo, for this chair activity. We'll break for coffee. Yes, we'll break for coffee. It's a 10-minute, but we have to be back on time to continue with the agenda and the next panel.
lo toma Tito y yo aparte.
Bueno, vamos a continuar con nuestra jornada y pasaremos al panel 2. Invito a Kirk
Con razón.
Humphrey, ministro para el empoderamiento de las
For
personas
empowering
de asuntos de
people
vejez
in
Barbados
aging matters in Barbados
para la moderación del panel 2
to
que se
chair
llama
panel 2 that is
Aceleradores
called
para impulsar
Accelerators to Promote the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action in synergy with the Regional Gender Agenda. Please, Minister.
Good morning. Mic's on. Very special good morning to all. We are already late, so we haven't even started, so I will try to get through this as quickly as possible. This is our second and final panel on accelerators to promote the full and effective implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action in synergy with the Regional Gender Agenda. As the name implies, I expect that we will have conversations around institutional frameworks, perhaps national statistical systems, and so on. But our single and clear objective today is to be able to identify and share the accelerators that drive effective implementation of the Beijing platform. Each panelist will have 7 minutes to make their presentation. Considering where we are with time, I would like to be a little strict with you all and frugal with time. We do not have any loose time, so please stick as close as you can to the 7 minutes that are allocated. And then allow us, we did not have the opportunity in the first panel, allow us to receive some statements. So I will want to begin with the first panelist this morning, Mr. Jamie Saunders. He is the director of the Directorate of Gender Affairs within the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, Health, Wellness, Social Transformation, and the Environment of Antigua and Barbuda. Over to you, Mrs. Saunders.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Minister Humphreys, for providing the opportunity for me to take the floor. Madam Chair, member states, good morning. It's my pleasure to be able to make some intervention and remarks here on behalf of the government of Antigua and Barbuda, as well as on behalf of our Honorable Minister, the Honorable Michael Joseph, who can't be here today, but I'm happy to be able to be here in his place to offer some remarks. Antigua and Barbuda looks at the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action as one of the most pivotal international gender equality frameworks to have been completed. We believe that it embodies a lot of the key necessities in terms of what is going to be required in order for us to be able to achieve sustainable gains as it relates to gender equality, as it relates to the empowerment of our women and girls, and as it relates to the protection of those most vulnerable amongst us. One of the first things that I think is of utmost importance to accelerate the principles and tenets of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action will be awareness of the general public. This may seem like a simple or trivial issue, but it really has underlying importance in the sense of there's still a lot of misconceptions, a lot of misunderstanding, and a lot of indifference as it relates to gender, as it relates to gender equality, and as it relates to women's empowerment. And a lot of this is rooted in sometimes patriarchy, in sometimes misogyny, in sometimes cultural or traditional differences, or sometimes just not a willingness to take the issue of gender and gender equality seriously. And in Antigua and Barbuda, through the Directorate of Gender Affairs, which I lead, we have taken very strategic steps and made a concerted effort to ensure that we are very visible, that we're going into the schools and engaging our youth, that we're going on the media and ensuring that we are dismantling harmful stereotypes, that we are dispelling harmful and hatred notions towards women and girls and towards the issue of gender equality. And one of the most important things that we have started to do as well is to give recognition to the fact that gender equality is an ever-evolving issue. And so in addition to talking about gender equality, we've put a big focus on gender equity, because even, for example, during times like this, when we are in the midst of the 16 Days of Activism campaign, you will hear, what about men? Even though this campaign is geared specifically towards women. And we don't dismiss it, because you do have men and boys that face gender-based violence. Vulnerability is not shaped solely by sex. However, what we try to emphasize is that aspect of equity, because you have to remember the historical and systemic inequities that women and girls all across the world, across all of our jurisdictions, have faced and have been left sometimes vulnerable due to. And I think when we promote equity, it gives a better understanding and frame to those who ask those questions. Well, what about the men? What about this group? To understand that it's not about excluding other groups, but it's about understanding that everybody didn't start at the same place, that different people face different challenges that led to them needing more systemic, more institutional measures and mechanisms being put in place to ensure that the playing field could be equal. Another important factor for us in Antigua and Barbuda is cross-sectoral knowledge exchange. You know, it's not practical to mainstream gender and, you know, the tenets of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action into different fields, into different sectors, if you don't have an understanding of those sectors. In the Caribbean, climate change and natural disasters is now one of the most pervasive and existential threats to our well-being. How can you explain to a climate change technician or practitioner all of the different technical ways in which women and girls, persons living with disabilities, and the elderly are going to be impacted by climate change if you don't have a strong grasp of climate change, and vice versa? How can somebody from the climate change space or whatever sector receive what you are saying as it relates to gender equality and women's empowerment if they don't have a basic understanding? So although in Antigua we don't yet have a gender focal point network, what we have done is establish different committees and working groups that encompasses persons from key sectors and agencies to ensure that there's capacity within different key areas around gender equality, which makes it a lot easier to integrate those critical concerns of women and girls, of vulnerable groups, into the work that they are doing. And this bodes well for sustainability and impact in our view. Political will is also very important. We have to have the buy-in of our policymakers. And I think this is especially true in terms of when we look at political participation, which is a gap in Antigua and Barbuda. To our credit, the office of the President of the Senate is occupied by a brilliant and powerful woman, that's Senator Alincia Williams Grant. And the leader of government business is also a young woman in her 30s by the name of the Honorable Chanela Govaya. And the independent senator in Antigua appointed by the Governor General is also a woman, the Honorable Kiz Johnson. Where the challenge lies is in our electoral process in terms of being elected to the lower house. We only have one woman serving, who is also the First Lady, the Honorable Maria Brown, and the rest of the cabinet is comprised by men. And I think that is an area in which we have to do a lot of work, because representation of different groups is critical. If half of our population is comprised of women, but literally 95% of the elected leaders within the lower house are men, you're quite literally missing out on half of the capacity that is at your disposal within the nation. And it's very stark and even more damning when you look at the fact that when we look at our tertiary level enrollment rates, we see women dominating across almost all of the subject areas. However, this is not translating to economic and political power and viability. We still see a heavy lean and disproportionality in terms of women being underrepresented within our political space. And if we don't see improvements in that area, not just in Antigua and Barbuda, but across the region, it can have serious ramifications and implications in terms of our policy and legislation agenda, particularly those ones related to our women and girls and vulnerable groups. As I come close to the end of my 7 minutes, investment and buy-in by all key stakeholders. This includes government, this includes civil society, this includes our corporate entities, and very importantly, and something we don't mention a lot, it includes faith-based organizations. You know, within gender equality, the conversations and the discourse is not meant to be comfortable. It's meant to speak truth to power and to really try to dismantle things that have been generational, things that are not going to be changed overnight. And so it means you have to have the leaders of the churches, you have to have those faith-based NGOs in the room, and you have to have those uncomfortable disagreements and hope that you can eventually find a middle ground. Otherwise, you know, as somebody said earlier, that we'll just be talking to ourselves and you won't really see the change that we want to see. And so we need to start widening our net in terms of who we bring in the rooms to have these uncomfortable discussions. In terms of gender-based violence, which is an area I think Antigua and Barbuda has done exceedingly well. We were the first Caribbean island to establish a support and referral center with support from the UN Trust Fund to End Violence Against Women. And it's a one-stop center in which survivors of gender-based violence can access medical, legal, and psychosocial services from one location, from a trained multidisciplinary sexual assault response team. We also were the first in the region to establish a sexual offenses model court with support from the Judicial Institutional Reform and Strengthening Project Juris, which is meant to train our judges, train our judicial actors, to ensure that we could remedy some of the deficiencies within our court system, and even to ensure that vulnerable witnesses could testify remotely from the Directorate of Gender Affairs to ensure avoiding re-traumatization. And the final thing I will mention is policy and legislation, which is critical to supplementing programming and advocacy. We have the 2015 Domestic Violence Act, which is quite progressive, encompasses the different and varying forms of gender-based violence outside of just the physical, and also gives power to the social services agency to compel perpetrators to get things like counseling support, and it's very inclusive in its nature. We also have a recent Electronic Crimes Act, which covers cyberbullying and those type of gender-based violence that take place in our hotline platform, which is very pervasive. And we also have our sexual offenders registry, which was done in 2022, and now ensures that persons in the general public can be aware of persons who have perpetrated these type of crimes. And one of the key things we want to do is do a bigger focus on rehabilitation, ensuring that we can offer psychosocial support and behavioral change interventions to men and to people who have perpetrated, because if we just focus on the survivors, you can inadvertently run the risk of perpetuating the issue by not addressing it at its root. I thank you all for listening and for the floor. I look forward to the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well done. Please remember to stick to your 7 minutes. We now have Ms. Mayasotis Rivas Pena, Director General of the National Statistics Office of the Dominican Republic and Chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLA. Your 7 minutes.
Muchísimas gracias, ministro. Es un placer estar aquí.
Thank you, Minister. It is a pleasure to be here and to greet the chair of this conference and to greet the delegations of all countries, civil society, international organizations that are here today. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be here. The first time I was in this room was in 2011 at a steering committee meeting. So it's a pleasure to be back home. And I come around 4 times a year to join different commissions, and none of them feels as warm as this one, where we are fighting for the rights of people and of women, mostly. I would like to refer to this today as Director General of the National Statistics Office of the Dominican Republic and as Chair of the Statistics Conference of the Americas. It's a subsidiary organization of ECLAC, and that works very strenuously on these matters in the region, and most specifically on gender statistics. I'd like to say that statistics with a gender perspective have a very important role. It is a tool to accelerate the implementation of public policies oriented to inequality. And the idea is to make visible the situation of men and women in all their diversity and the persistence of inequalities and that ECLAC does. And I very much like the comments by Minister Aparecida from Brazil. She spoke about the figures. She spoke about how to identify women as a whole, but also spoke about Black women who don't have any studies. Statistics are so important. I really liked that part of diversity being present in public policies. Diversity is not possible to work with if we don't have official statistics. And in general, with all those who have a gender-based approach, we can work on the design of public policies, especially for the exercise of citizens and the work that is done on the side of governments, leading to equal rights, along with the compliance of the 2030 agenda. So information on gender is one of the 10 fundamental pillars for the implementation of the regional gender agenda as part of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It recognizes the need for public policies and equal opportunities for gender be based on statistics as a key input to design and implement actions that can allow advancing towards sustainable, inclusive development. More specifically, all this statistical information is important to analyze obstacles and advances in terms of compliance and the commitments of the state. So the Montevideo strategy establishes a route to move forward towards these gender-based approaches, and for this it's important to have standards, statistical standards, and the national statistics systems with a gender approach, the interinstitutional cooperation, and the national statistics offices that somehow have a role in promoting these statistics. They need the contributions of sectorial areas, academia, the public sector, feminist movements, women's movements, and also private sector. It is extremely important in a world where data and data production is so necessary. The Montevideo strategy and the strengthening or capacity building, is extremely important. Allocating sufficient resources to allow for the continuity. Maria Noel mentioned it. The cooperation, technology, and design and monitoring. So the conference, the Statistical Conference of the Americas, has important coordination with women, and I'd like to thank the conference because from 1977, it has put statistics on the agenda and working in a very coordinated fashion on gender affairs with the Statistics Office at ECLAC. And it has generated an architecture within the conference that has allowed creating a gender statistics group that has led to the discussions such as the Observatory on Gender Equality, the Quito Consensus, and imposing certain regional standards. Very important standards such as the classification of the use of time activities in Latin America, Cautal, and we have worked on guidelines for different working groups that we have within the CA and SCA, and we have an advisory group that works also, for example, with the INEGI in Mexico, UN Women, and others that form part of this work. We've also launched a guide for gender perspective in the production of statistics with an international standard, and we're working this biennial on a toolbox that will allow us to apply gender perspective to all the work we do. And finally, I don't want to leave out the working communities. Within the SCA, we have 3 communities, one of women leaders in national statistics offices. We have a practice community for the care economy, and this is done in conjunction with the women's national coordination groups, and also one on sexual identity and race and ethnic groups. I think that despite all our advances, there are some challenges, very important challenges. The Gender Data Outlook, which has been done by Paris 21 and UN Women, stresses the need to carry all our efforts, not only the production of data, but also making them visible and disseminating statistics. Finally, I'd like to refer to some experiences, important experiences on how these statistics can be accelerated. I'd like to especially mention the case of Mexico. The production of national time use every 15 days. This has allowed us to strengthen public policies related to gender equality, especially those that are all part of the Constitution and that recognize rights. The national care system and the Dominican Republic are also forming part of this. They have worked on teen pregnancies, and today there are policies. This month we have seen, after having specific actions, seen a reduction in this scourge, which impacts our girls and adolescents. I'd like to leave it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're doing very well on time. Let's keep it up. Now, joining us virtually is Ms. Tamara Ospina-Posse, Vice Minister for Women, Ministry of Equality and Equity of Colombia. You have the floor.
Muy buenos días para todas, todos y todes. Me honra muchísimo estar el día con ustedes en este espacio.
Thank you very much. I would very much like to be with you in person, but I am pleased to be joining you virtually. I'd like to especially greet all ministers and authorities in the region, the delegation, on behalf of the delegation of Colombia, and my peers of the panel, everyone present today. I would also like to send some warm greetings by our President Gustavo Petro and our Vice President and Minister for Equity, Francia Marquez. And we would like to reaffirm our commitment to women and the rights of women in all their diversity. I would also like to take advantage of these minutes to stress some of the experiences in Colombia that we are advancing as a country. Challenges are enormous. The violence against women and equality and equity are structural, but we have a society that is moving forward decisively. But I would like to stress the social movements in Colombia. They are the engine that moves us, not only in gender, but also in the defense of life and promoting communities and life in general. In terms of the organizations, we see that Colombia has been able to make progress in the creation of different mechanisms and instruments in favor of the rights of women and all their diversity. And I feel that now Colombia finds itself in a virtuous and historical moment because it's always important to have a social organization to transform, but there's also an important part, which is a political will of national governments. And when you configure a national government that is allied with its women and has the political will to move forward, that's great. You can take steps ahead and very important ones in terms of rights as well. So in Colombia, I can also say that we have had the opportunity to work with women to materialize many of the policies and transformations that we're promoting. Each of the different spheres of action of this platform, the Beijing platform, have been part of the demands that have promoted these movements, women's movements in Colombia for around 30 years. And it has been of the utmost importance. And we need to say it, the reality in Colombia is that it is a country with a very strong patriarchal culture and traditionally that way with significant socioeconomic inequalities, some of the highest in the world. So in this sense, Colombia has presented a strengthening of this institution, the gender affairs. And today, and as of 2023, we have a Vice Ministry of Women, the Ministry of Equity and Equality, created as a response to strengthen public policies with a gender perspective in the country, and of course, to create more robust budgets in order to guarantee the rights of women.
We have five departments aiming at the priorities we've focused as a government in rights, violence against women, guarantee of women's rights, economic autonomy for women, head of families, considering that in our countries many times most households are led by women, and an office for women in paid sexual activities. We have PES 4080, which is the gender equality policy, passed in 2022 as an instrument that allowing us to be more committed in eliminating historical discrimination. Also, with certain commitments and indicators and goals, so something you can measure. And as the Vice Ministry of Women and with the Department of National Planning, we can do follow-up of progress. We also have development in the mainstreaming of gender approach, both at the national and territorial level. We have a vice ministry, which means teams to support a local agency in mainstreaming approaches and plans, the developments and projects. We believe this expansion will lead to very sound results as to things so important as planning with a gender approach. And for that, we need to emphasize that since 2019, we have a budget tracer tool, which helps us follow up of the budget or budgets which are being invested by the different national agencies for the closing of gender gaps. With this tool, this has been a joint effort. Different agencies in the government supported by UN Women. And it's one of the things that we should emphasize of the last few years. Let me also emphasize the leadership of women in building of peace and how from the government we are emphasizing this as a builder's peace in territories, in life, given the armed conflict or illegal armed groups, or also in defense against extractivist industries. We have two major milestones in the negotiation of the Havana negotiations in the peace agreement in 2016. There was the gender chapter and several measures that we've been implementing, and also the launching last November the 30th of the first national plan of Resolution 1325 of peace and safety, which is a wager of the government in listening to the demand from women, which we believe that implementation of this plan will mean transformational actions throughout the territories. And thinking of peace with nature, the growing participation of women at decision making, as well as at the national and international level on environmental issues. We believe we're strengthening such engagement, going for a society of care, care of life, not just the traditional care, but how women we can lead in the territories in the care of biodiversity and the environment, our communities. Also, the creation of feminist foreign policy.
Dentro de la política exterior feminista,
As
poder
part
contar
of
con una
this foreign
embajadora
policy, we have
género y la política exterior
a
feminista.
concurrent
Creemos que
ambassador,
enfocado su línea de
and
trabajo en derechos sexuales y
she has
reproductivos.
focused on,
Creemos que también es una
sexual
apuesta
and
fundamental
reproductive
que
rights,
queremos
which we believe
compartir
is
el día de
something we
hoy.
would like to share
Y
with you
celebrar con
today.
ustedes que hace un
And
mes
of course,
aprobamos
celebrate that a
Nacional
month ago
la
in
prohibición del matrimonio
Congress,
infantil y de las
we
uniones
passed
tempranas de
the
niños, niñas y
banning
adolescentes.
of
Esto
early
es un
marriage.
esfuerzo de
This
muchos
is
años
thanks
de las
to an effort,
organizaciones
a
de la sociedad
long-lasting
civil
effort,
con
different
apoyo
civil society
de
organizations
congresistas
with
y
the
con
support
apoyo
of
también de
Congress
UNICEF,
people,
UNICEF
and support of
y del gobierno
UNICEF
nacional.
and UN Women
Y
and the
también
national
creo
government.
que no me puedo
And
ir porque ya
also,
voy un poco
I
pasada de
know
tiempo sin hablar
I'm exceeded my
de
time, but I have
la
to
creación del Sistema Nacional de Cuidado en Colombia. Otro de los
emphasize the
estatutos no es
system of
cambio
care,
que tiene antecedentes, por supuesto,
which, of
en el
course,
país que no tengo en este momento como el
I
tiempo
don't
para
I
contarles.
don't have the time to
Estamos muy
share with
contentos de
you, but we
decirles
are
que
very
el
happy
próximo
to
12
say that
de
next
diciembre vamos a lanzar
December 12th,
oficialmente
we'll
el
be
Sistema Nacional de
deploying
Cuidados
the
en
national
Colombia.
system of
Y
care in
finalmente,
Colombia. And last
quisiera
but not
decirles
least, let
el
me talk
enfoque territorial, el
about the
enfoque
territorial
antirracista,
approach, the
de género,
anti-racist, the ethnic,
interseccional,
and
que tiene el
intersectional
cambio y que
gender
creemos que es una
approach,
apuesta
which we believe
fundamental
it's a
para realmente
fundamental way
poder
to really
abarcar los esfuerzos en
cover the
superación de las
efforts
brechas de género
in
desde un punto de vista
eliminating
focalizado en la
gender
diversidad
gaps,
de
finding
lo que
the
son las vidas
diversity
de las mujeres
of lives
dependiendo
of people
de sus condiciones de
depending
clase, de
on their
raza, género
class,
y también de los
race,
territorios
gender
socioculturales
conditions,
y
as well as social,
residenciales.
culture
Necesitamos
territories they
también un
live in.
esfuerzo muy
There
importante
again,
de
the
paridad
government
de
is making a
ingresos de
great
tierras
effort in
para
terms of
mujeres buscando
land
cerrar esa
ownership
brecha
for
de
women
género que
in
existe en
trying
el
to
campo
close
colombiano.
these
Y bueno, yo
gap.
creo que con eso
And with
cerraría mi
that, I
intervención. Hay muchas
believe
más
I
cosas
would
que
like to
contar,
close.
son para nosotras muy
So many
emocionantes,
things to
pero
share
el
with you,
mensaje
which
que
are very
quisiera dejar
exciting.
de parte del
But the
gobierno de
message
Colombia
from the Colombian
a
government,
toda esta comunidad maravillosa es que
all this
debemos
wonderful
seguir
community, is that
fortaleciéndonos
we need
y
to continue to
avanzando y que
strengthen
no
and to
podemos
move
permitir
forward. We
que de
cannot
ninguna manera
afford
retrocedamos en las
a
victorias
setback
de las
in
mujeres.
terms of our
Entonces, cuenten
wins.
siempre
Thank
con
you. And you can
nosotros
always
para
count on
avanzar
us to
conjuntamente en América Latina y en el
work
mundo.
together in Latin
Gracias.
America and around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. Now we move on to Ms. Dulce Patricia Torres Sandoval, member of the Coordinadora Nacional de Mujeres Indígenas, representing the Continental Network of Indigenous Women of the Americas. 7 minutes. 7 minutos.
7 minutes. With your permission, good morning. First of all, on behalf of our Continental Representative Tarsila Rivera Sea, greetings. And of course, thinking of these 30 years full of stories and journeys and construction of processes. So, from continental coordination, thank you. And in this panel, we're trying to talk of accelerators that should be implemented so that the Beijing platform, together with the regional agenda, can become a reality. First of all, we recognize the platform and the regional agenda are fundamental documents setting the goals and strategies to achieve gender equality and empowerment of women. However, after 30 years of its adoption, both need to accelerate its full implementation, especially girls and indigenous girls and women. We know inequalities in the access to rights are the consequence of the structural violence such as racism, classism, and gender. And the main challenges are the lack of access to education, comprehensive health care, violence, political representation, social security, recognition of the contribution to the economy of care, economic justice, climate justice, among others. Third, we are at a key moment which opens up for all areas of opportunity that agencies and states and can help with the creation of policies and programs creating equality in the region, requiring comprehensive intersectoral strategies as seen in the articulation in order to build and to approve the general recommendation number 39 on the rights of indigenous women and girls, an initiative with a comprehensive intercultural, intergenerational, intersectional, and collaborative approach. Number four, we we have collected information in these nearly 30 years of our history, setting main guidelines where we need an immediate push, such as participation, a political participation of indigenous women, education, training, and strengthening of capabilities, protection of human rights, protection of health and sexual reproductive rights, and eradication of violence against women, girls from the indigenous peoples. We'll be sharing some of the contributions of these research work we've conducted. To continue to promote multidimensional and incomprehensive understanding of violence, where the breaching of collective rights would worsen the gender violence. And we have to integrate qualitative and quantitative information on the situation and the violence affecting women and girls in different territories, in different geopolitical contexts. We have to move forward in the legal state frameworks that indigenous women, we have full right to participate in decision making on the measures affecting our lives as subjects of rights and as powerful agents of change with our own knowledge to contribute in addressing the global situation, specifically environmental, climate crisis, food sovereignty, healthcare, and sustainability of life, to promote, to maintain mainstreaming of the intercultural approach in the international instruments and public policies and programs, which means the promotion of a transformation of power relationship by eliminating racism and discrimination as a structural violence. We need more horizontal dialogue among the official systems and the internal systems, I mean, healthcare, education, policy, justice, acknowledging indigenous women as subjects of rights and owners of knowledge. To acknowledge the multidimensionality of violence and the intersectional approach, we are an heterogeneous collective. Therefore, we need to make visible discrimination and vulneration of rights that we live. We go through disabled indigenous women, migrants, those in forced displacement, indigenous women living in urban areas, among many others, both within the women organizations as others in the communities, local, national, and international fora. Also, states should be held accountable for at the national level as to the implementation of the general recommendation of number 39 by guaranteeing full engagement and participation of indigenous women and youth in decision making. Prioritize care to the situation of indigenous girls. Girls are those that are affected by violence such as trafficking, feminicide. So also this special age group as subjects of right, given their special particular vulnerability, we should make emphasis on the digital violence and the need to make the full participation at different levels. Also, we need to urge to the acknowledgement of the alliances of social, economic, and political or cultural transformations to guarantee the rights of peoples and indigenous girls and women to face neoconservative, neo-fascist governments that endanger progress made that Paola referred to within the framework of our human rights.
To allow alliances with indigenous women in other areas of the world and to exchange the different elements that are common to all of us and be able to progress together. It is necessary to strengthen the role of the states to guarantee the rights of women so as to ensure that the indigenous women and youth can work properly, meaning that within their responsibility is to justice, reparation of violence, and others can be tackled, especially when there are situations of violence in relation to defenders of the human rights, political violence, sexual violence, and digital violence as well, those that are occurring in context of organized crime, forced displacement, and forced disappearance. Sustainability to indigenous information and the promotion of this through generation of training programs for non-indigenous people. We should understand that interculturality is not only indigenous people. We know that we have important initiatives that can be part of the follow-up mechanisms as well as visibilization of the regulatory aspects that are safeguarding the individual and collective rights of women, youth, and indigenous girls. And lastly, to increase the budget for public programs and intercultural programs that are considering the Beijing platform, the gender issues, and the General Recommendation 39 of CEDAW. Youngsters and indigenous women require political will and enough budget, as it has been expressed already many times. The cooperation of ICMIA to have a coordinated activity will really be from fostering these activities in the region. We have seen it, we have implemented it. Therefore, with our commitment and our consideration, the continental link of all women, it's all with us, nothing with us.
Thank you very much. Our final presenter, Ms. Yamil Sokolovsky, President of the Working Women's Committee of the Americas of the Trade Union Confederation of Workers of the Americas. Sure.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much and good morning to all. Thank you for being able to be here in this panel, in this meeting on behalf of the Committee of Women Workers of the Americas of the Trade Union Confederation of the Americans and as Secretary of Gender of the Workers of Argentina. This meeting, we have already heard that coming from the results presented in the report of the progress that have been carried out in these 30 years, but especially in terms of the persistence of important gaps and as well in the acuteness of the situation and perspectives of a gender struggle. When we talk about structural conditions of our concern of tackling the transformation of the structural conditions that are reproducing inequality and thus violence due to gender issues, we need to necessarily talk about the labor area, how the sexual division occurs, but especially with the configuration of labor in capitalist societies that are dependent on inequality with concentration of wealth and of the primary aspects of our economy. From the trade unions, it is important to develop a critical perspective of the labor world in these conditions and understanding how heterogeneous it is. The trade unions at international level and the global areas have created an important document of reivindication fundamentally for Beijing Plus 30, all expressed related to gender justice that is nothing else than democratic and the patriarchy of the labor arena. It is in this area that it is fundamental to request from states the commitment to fundamental rates of labor that are already existing in ILO, but also effective policies to access employment, meaning rights not only for women, but also for the sexogeneric dissidents and especially for the travesti trans population. The need to express a reorganization of care that it is focused in the care as a fundamental human right, but also an acknowledgement that care is work, and this implies transformation of activities, a number of elements that I will not be expressing here, and also the developing. And we have to see what is happening with global care areas and the migrant workers. And we have to think about the value of labor in protecting and improving well-being. We expect policies to be overcoming the different elements of horizontal segregation against violence and harassment in the area of work, and have a roadmap that is also tackling, or it is enforcing us to tackle, the issues of labor and the condition of informality that is moving forward in this world, and the idea of protecting rights in those conditions, but also transformation with gender perspective of the social care systems that are guaranteeing universal access to fundamental rights that will also allow us to fight against feminization of poverty and development of public services that are universal and will guarantee health, education, transportation, communication, water, energy or power, and all of the necessary elements to guarantee a dignified style of life. This, of course, requires of trade unions, and again, the respect of expression, collective bargaining, and strikes is a fundamental right that should be part of our vindication. Together with this, of course, the transformation of trade unions themselves that feminists in these organizations are also fostering in the perspective of gender justice. All this requires collective action of trade unions, but it is also a demand of action for the states, and it is a demand or urging international organizations to work in these areas. These requirements to states are urging the development process of progressive fiscal systems, but also global fiscal perspectives and the regulation of financial flows and the reform of the financial institutions in tackling all of these issues of the debt of the states. Now, related to this, the concern due to the acuteness of the situation. Right now, the situation is not only given to the technological change, climate change, and the different transformations that exist in the contemporary world, but also given a process of corporate capture and the conditioning of the democratic states that are becoming sovereign. And this creates a relationship of political expressions in many states that are combining the activities of the state with an exercise of social discipline that means attacking the collective organizations and these social solidarity, including, of course, trade unions, and of course, the different matters of equality and feminism that are expressing this. And right now in Argentina, we find ourselves in a terrible situation. The report is expressing elements that are very important up to year 23. But the current government in Argentina are part of creating an economic policy that is generating a fast and brutal process of impoverishment of the population that is affecting, as you all well know, affecting women and diversities and those that are dependent on these, as the gender gap exists. Even though the current president in Argentina is denying it, this government has demolished all of the situation to allow gender policies. We do not have the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity, and together with these issues, there has been an element that in other ministries we're trying to create a mainstreaming policy of gender in Argentina. Institutionality has lost its hierarchy to an undersecretariat that is right now within the framework of the Ministry of Justice, headed by a minister that is affirming that gender violence does not exist and that the Argentinian government will not acknowledge identities that are not aligned with biology. So dismantling ministry means dismantling policies obtained throughout these years. Over 49 policies that were recorded. There are 24 that have been dismantled and 18 under danger. This means that the program to tackle the situation of gender violence, dismantling line 154 for it's a hotline to call for the violence, the prevention program, the teens pregnancy program, sexual education, the program for home workers, the law for the 1,000 days for those women that are giving birth to children, the Micaela law for gender diversification, a voluntary interruption of pregnancy parity, and the political lists, the social security, many other issues not only have political violence. I would like to remember you here that twice president of Argentina and vice president in the previous period, she suffered a magnified attempt that has not been investigated, and the president of the nation expressed that he wants to close down Kirchnerism with Cristina Fernandez right inside. So the violence expressed by those declarations do not require more comments. It is not only about political violence that has been promoted from social media by the government workers, but violence becomes word and action of these officers, and it turns into state policy. And I thank you for the time for expressing this. And we need your solidarity. We need you to know about this. We also need to know which are the monsters that we are confronting. It is not an issue only of Argentina. It is a global problem. And also we want to express, as my colleagues that are here and on behalf of those colleagues that are not here with us, that we will not giving up to cruelty. And as we were told by the mothers and grandmothers of Plaza de Mayo, the only lost struggle is the one that is abandoned.
Thank you very much, Argentina. We now have time perhaps for maybe, regrettably, 2 statements. So if you would raise.
Si nos ayuda la secretaria, creo que España, Guatemala, Haití en ese orden y con eso podríamos cerrar. Bueno, sí, perdón, si son breves podríamos alcanzar algunas otras más.
Brevemente, vicepresidenta.
Briefly, ministers, authorities, thank you very much. It is an honor for me to take the floor on behalf of Spain in this table of the Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We are assessing 30 years after the Beijing Agenda. For any of us, it is very easy to assess the success of feminism, how this has been showing in the past decades, how it transforms lives. It is so easy that we just have to think on how life was doing for our grandmother. And as it was expressed already by many other states, and as the organizations of the civil society were saying, we're very far from fulfilling an agenda that we agreed upon 30 years ago.
Actually, our first objective is not to take a single step back regarding that agenda. This is the context. The setback in terms of women's rights is not only a threat. We see, as we have just heard, that some countries dismantle the institutional architecture is designed to achieve women's equality, or how large economies are taking steps backwards when it comes to guaranteeing the right to a safe abortion. Sexual rights and reproductive rights are a priority in Spain. We have achieved a voluntary pregnancy interruption legislation in Spain that allows to abort up to the 14th week without any justification. It guarantees that young women between 16 and 18 years of age do not need any parental authorization to interrupt a pregnancy, or that criminally prosecutes the specific harassment in clinics exercised by ultra-conservative groups. Feminism, my sisters, means that, or Spain knows that the right to abortion needs to be available to all women anywhere in the world. That is why, please receive the warmth and the strength of Spanish feminists. Feel our support. Each one of women that are fighting for the right to abortion in the institutions and universities and squares. Going over the last few years in my country, it's about 20 years of a comprehensive law against gender-based violence. This has turned the fight against chauvinistic violence as a state policy. In 2022, we approved a law to guarantee sexual freedom, to put consent at the center of sexual relationships. A few months ago, we approved a parity legislation to guarantee that in all areas of politics, and not only in electoral lists as it used to happen since 2007. We recognize the feminist successes that have brought us here, but from Spain, we see with a great deal of concern the risks of setbacks in women's rights and the increasing anti-gender denial, as it's been explained this morning by Minister Gonsalves. Authoritarian and ultra-conservative movements sweeping through the world articulate against women's rights. It's also a movement that questions scientific breakthroughs, and that's why it's so important to hear contributions about gender statistics that we heard yesterday. Movements are articulated against the rights of women. Their strategy is harassment, the violence, and dissemination of lies about the contributions that feminism has made and is doing to our democracies. The consequence is progressive silencing of women in the public sphere. When faced with this wave that intends to limit our rights, it's important that women should have a high voice to confirm that it is not possible, progress is not possible without justice, and justice without women. We have months of work ahead of us. Please count on Spain to fight for equality, to expand rights, and to keep on getting these achievements.
Excellences, Mesdames les vice-présidents, Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif de la Commission économique pour l'Amérique latine et Caraïbes, distingués représentants, représentantes du gouvernement du Chili, honorables délégués et États membres, Mesdames et Messieurs. Pour faire avancer l'agenda des femmes, nous, en Haïti, nous que l'on doit considérer, c'est la participation politique des femmes.
No, español. I see. Significant presence of women in parliament and representation of women in government. That is to say, in all institutions where we also think that we need to reinforce maternal and children's health. For effective representation of girls in schools, in primary, secondary, and university cycles, also in agriculture, especially in the economy. 70 to 80% of the economy is based on informal commerce, and it's also the work of women. The effects of climate change, on the other hand, must also be taken into account. And also take care of that. Today, in Haiti, we have the problem of armed conflicts, and this is also added to a point that we had not considered before, and where girls and women are victims every single day. And we also have that to think about all of this after 30 years of Beijing. In a few years, we also need to start saying that we have updated Beijing, and us, we, the ministers of women, especially those of us who are in charge of these topics of human condition, must build a synergy in the Caribbean and Latin America to fight gender-based violence in all its forms. We in Haiti, with the help of UN Women, also with the Ministry of Women's Status. So we are working on Resolution 1325 so that women can have peace, safety, and safety or security action plan. We women have to become peace ambassadors in conflicts, in countries in conflicts such as Haiti, with so many gangs ruling the streets, where there has been such a significant deterioration. Women, for example, who are, how could I say this? Women who are also displaced every single day, and because of the types of violence of armed gangs, or women that are deported, that are incommunicated in the United States. So they need to be dealt with in a special way. Just in closing, I'd like to say that Haiti needs your solidarity, women's solidarity, and girls, after being, are the ones who are going to take the baton. Finally, we have to raise our voice to say no against all forms of violence, women and girls of the Caribbean as well as in Latin America. So, as we talked about gender-based violence, this is a matter of women, and women must be the peace ambassadors to be able to win this battle, and together we can do it. Thank you.
Time on now for Guatemala.
On behalf of the Ana Leticia Lerteisen, because of some agenda problems, I could not be here. We confirm the Guatemala state that and the promotion of human rights of women. Today, I'd like to highlight that there are significant progress in a before and after in our history. Thanks to the collective effort, we have approved an increase of 75% in our budget for the Women's Secretariat in 2025. For the first time in a decade, we'll be securing the process stability, staff stability, and strengthening of reaching out to more Guatemalan women. This will go to 26 to 45 million quetzals. Also, 52 million quetzals were approved for comprehensive support centers, those who are survivors for 2025. That will be offered to 18 women's organizations that favor or cater to the Congress of Guatemala approved the law number 5791, which approves reforms at the executive level for the introduction of the secretariat as a state secretariat, which means strengthening the institutions regarding women to guarantee their stability and permanence in the country to fulfill its functions. From the Republic's presidents, specific guidance were driven to strengthen institutional arrangements for women inside the institutions that make up the executive. I propose a strengthening of the gender units of ministries, secretariats, and other entities. Uh, because those are the technical organizations that provide advisory to institutional authorities in substantial areas in those institutions. In the security strategic agenda, violence against women is a national priority, which meant to identify actions for its eradication as part of the strategic results among the national planning guidelines and strategic security results. Also, there are guidelines from the executive organization to address sexual harassment against women, so the institution may build their own protocols to have paths and to address and eradicate sexual harassment in the work context. The protection for violence survivors by Planovi, establishing a direct relationship between social protection and violence, introducing actions to address a crisis, recovery, and recovery from violence, and a new path for communicators to fight violence against women, for changes in behavior. For 2025, we have considered to update the national comprehensive policy on women, and according to the results of its implementation assessment that was done,
y necesidades actuales, tales como el abordaje
such as addressing care and an introduction of intersectional approach, providing visibility about women with capacity to migrate, HIV women through a participatory process where civil society can provide contributions in order to have a public policy according to the women's condition from as to of the political engagement of women. Representatives of women's organizations were elected in the different urban and rural departments in Guatemala in 21 departments, where a total of 792 organizations took part and women's groups were involved, and 469 voters with more than 1,000 participants. This is of the utmost important in the territory because it opens up projects or programs to make them part in the municipal budgets. us to accelerate us to drive the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform. We have identified the importance of having an impact on the systematic transformations of social contexts that have naturalized the inequality between men and women uh, with permanent campaigns. Secondly, strengthening of institutional mechanisms, both in different sectors in different territories, introducing a comprehensive approach in multidisciplinary as well. In the third place, guaranteeing the applicability, effectiveness, and compliance of the legal instruments and mechanisms for its achievement. In the fourth place, the importance of internalizing equality in the institutional planning processes, scheduling, budgeting, and public investment, but also the importance of building uh, benchmarks in financial areas, strengthening information and knowledge management processes by producing data for decision making, specifically when faced with the huge challenges considering historical inequalities that persist in the country, specifically in the case of indigenous, ruled, and Afro-descendant women. From the Presidential Secretariat of Women, we have worked on the indicators and mechanisms that guide our planning, scheduling, and budgeting, taking into account control mechanism that articulates internal actions with international standards as part of the international responsibility of the state of Guatemala in order to guarantee a minimum condition of progressivity of human rights of women. Thank you very much.
Bueno, vamos a darle las gracias.
All right. So let's thank Kirk Humphrey, Minister for Empowerment of Persons and Old Age Affairs in Barbados. We thank you very much. I would like to ask the Secretary to see what comes next. Thank you, Vice Chair. We're going to break and we will come back at 2:30 on the dot. After that, we will offer the floor to the United States, Venezuela, and Latin America and the Caribbean. So we will leave that space for these three people before we resume when we come back after lunch. So 2:30 on the dot. Thank you.
Todas.
Por favor, solicitamos a las delegaciones.
We would like to request the delegations to please take your seats.
Bueno, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We will reconvene second half of our session. And as you know, we still have some participations ending in this order. United States delegation, Venezuela, ILO, and diverse youths of Latin America and the Caribbean.
Les vamos a pedir
We will request you to please take your 2 minutes allotted for your participation, as we have a very long agenda. So, United States, you have been acknowledged.
Thank you. As we commemorate the 30th anniversary of the Fourth World Conference on Women and the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, we are at a pivotal moment for the global gender equality movement. We must not only celebrate progress on Beijing's critical areas of concern, we must also face the reality that if we don't alter our path now, we will not achieve the SDGs, particularly SDG 5 on gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by 2030. The United States welcomes UN Women's proposed 6 high-priority drivers to accelerate progress on gender equality and the SDGs that were shared at UNGA High-Level Week in September. Now we need a roadmap for each of these 6 drivers that outlines the evidence-based policies and actions member states need to adopt to make concrete progress in each area. This is a moment to fund women's rights organizations and gender equality efforts, to implement policies to make the needed progress in each of our countries, and to uplift and listen to the voices of youth, in particular girls. A future where no one is left behind is possible, but only if we invest in one that elevates the voices and human rights of women and girls in all their diversity. We look forward to continuing to work with partners in the Latin American and Caribbean region to do so. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, U.S. Venezuela, please. I was not going to request the floor, but I wanted to reaffirm what we believe is important in terms of Venezuela's position. First, to honor the progress that almost 30 years after Beijing up to date have been guided as a leading light to continue working with the platform in gender equality and to exercise human rights of women likewise. From the Montevideo strategy, we have made important progress in sexual rights and reproductive rights. Many states have increased their rights with more inclusive care and equitable care. There have been policies that combat gender violence, including more strict legislation, updating of the different legislation, and protection to victims. Likewise, the region has shown a leadership in gender perspective in education. Nonetheless, we acknowledge that there is much to be done. The framework of this important area of dialogue and thought wants us to highlight the challenges that, from our perspective, are still affecting our region. Even though we are greeting all of the progress that we have seen in rights, it is important to look at the most urgent and vulnerable situations. We want to highlight the intervention of Haiti, and we heard it yesterday. Their testimony underlines a reality we cannot ignore, the important need of our region supporting women and girls in Haiti that are confronting life conditions that are tremendously challenging. This reality, together with problems such as pregnancy in early ages, requires from our behalf important responses that promote well-being and development and political violence against women mentioned by different participants in this forum is an important problem that demands our priorities. This phenomena that is looking for the silence and the participation of women in decision-making areas is not only affecting their individual rights, but weakens our democracy and the progress into gender equality. I also would like to mention specifically facts that today are harming the nation and the region, specifically Venezuela, with political violence issues that are becoming fascism that has ended with women's lives in different communities, specifically June 28th, where two of our community leaders were victims of fascism waves, where unfortunately they lost their lives. I also would like to mention this as part of the facts that we always have to not agree with. We have to express that we still have the different difficulties that have been imposed. And this is why I want to invoke, in the framework of the conclusions of the 68th period of the committee of the CSW, in terms of the acceleration of the gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls, in terms of poverty, strengthening the institutions, and the funding with gender perspective. Paragraph 54 is to abstain to apply financial mechanisms that are unilateral and do not adapt to the Charter of the United Nations, and that do not allow for economic and social development, specifically in countries under development. It is in this sense that Venezuela proposes that in the framework of the 16th the Conference of Women in Mexico 2025 will incorporate the impact of human rights of women and girls, such as their effects in limiting sustainable development in our region. It is in this sense that we respectfully require from the Secretariat to include this in the agenda of the next conference, considering the relevance it has in promoting gender equality and compliance of the SDGs that were agreed upon internationally, and we want to thank you.
Gracias, ministra.
Thank you, Minister. I'd like to start by thanking and congratulating ICLAC for the organization of this Presiding Officers meeting because of the joint work with the UN Women on the path to the next regional conference on women in Mexico. It's a constant commitment for opening up space to ILO. It's a reflection of the collaborative approach that we need to make progress in gender equality. ILO is committed to promoting work rights and social justice for women through two key accelerators globally and also regionally: the World Coalition for Social Justice and the World Accelerator of Employment and Social Protection, an initiative that we lead inside the UN system to foster decent job policies and universal social protection systems. I'd like to highlight, therefore, the resolution on decent work and economy of care that was adopted last June at ILO. This resolution promotes the recognition of care work, both paid and unpaid, and its workers who are essential for social well-being. In the region, we collaborate with ECLAC in developing the global care simulator, and we work with the International Association of Household Workers and also uh, the unionized women in the care sector, as well as with the UN Women. We foster the international coalition EPIC, but we need to be paying attention to the future of labor. We know that green jobs are leaving women behind, so that's why we promote the guidelines of a fair transition with a gender approach, and we defend the consultation right of indigenous peoples to include indigenous women according to our Agreement 169. Progress must be based on social dialogue, collective bargaining, and tripartite association. Unionist women in our region are fundamental to make progress to a future of labor free of harassment and violence, as stated by the 160. Inclusion and decent work be a reality for all women in our region. Thank you very much. UNFPA, please. Good afternoon. I would also like to join in congratulating both ICLAC and UN Women for this important effort and for the possibility of being together in this meeting. Please, we are very happy to be present as UNFPA. We are in the framework of commemorating 30 years of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, an instrumental tool in the agenda for gender equality. Also, the International Conference of Cairo Conference and its action plan. These important instruments warn, among other topics, the importance of achieving gender equality and the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights, as well as the need of ending gender-based violence and the priority of building inclusive societies with substantial equality of women in their diversity, where nobody is left behind. It is timely to mention that the Buenos Aires Commitment and the Montevideo Consensus are two key instruments in our region that set the path and show a roadmap to follow. We consider that it is relevant to highlight that the transition to a development model must recognize care as part of fundamental human rights for the population's well-being, as well as addressing care policies must also integrate, besides the gender approach, an intersectional approach and a life cycle perspective, considering teenagers, women, teenagers, girls, and elderly women. The co-responsibility and care work requires transforming social norms, addressing new positive and non-violent masculinities, insisting and making it visible that women, teenagers and girls in their diversity and throughout their life cycle are facing multiple and interrelated ways of forms of discrimination. So it's a priority to promote an adoption of an intersectional approach that would allow us to address the multiple and interrelated forms of violence and discrimination against women, teenagers, and girls in all their diversity and throughout their lives, as well as with a territorial approach that will promote the integration of statistical information and georeference information to identify the care supply and demand in the territories, strengthening public policies for prevention with an intersectional approach that will respond to the diverse needs of all women and specifically of those that are facing multiple types of discrimination. In that context, and recently, UNFPA, in alliance with the Belém do Pará mechanism and the network of Afro-Caribbean and Afro-Latin women, we are advancing the recommendation number 5 of violence based on gender against Afro-descended women. And we highlight that this is a substantial progress in order to accelerate actions geared towards eliminating gender-based violence. We insist on calling the attention about child marriage because they are devastating and limiting about the projects and life plans of girls because they reproduce the violence cycle, perpetuating intergenerational transmission of poverty and impacting their health and well-being in terms of education and safe trajectory to adult life. And of course, they do create a disproportionate care burden on girls and teenagers, duplicating the number of hours that they devote. The care agenda must have an intergenerational approach, although the region still lives a demographic one, but it's transitioning towards demographic changes that are characterized by low fecundity and aging of the population. It is therefore adequate to rethink care systems as well as healthcare and social protection systems with a gender approach and intergenerationally. Finally, UNFPA, in the context of its three transformative results, zero maternal deaths, zero unmet needs of family planning, and zero gender violence and obnoxious practices, renews its commitment of continuing to advance and accelerating actions jointly and with the agenda of equality for women in all their diversity. Thank you very much, and see you in Mexico.
Nos vemos en México.
So
Gracias.
Mexico, yeah, we'll see you in Mexico.
Le vamos a pedir a
We'd
la
like to
representación de Colombia.
ask Colombia now.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I will be extremely brief. I just wanted to mention something that I've seen in this morning's conversation. We have said that the different types of violence are the most severe issue that the region is facing, and that we need to think of a cultural shift that allows her to get rid of patriarchy and to fight gender-based stereotypes. What I've not heard is the emphasis on violent masculinities that are at the base of this patriarch behavior and this violence that we are denouncing. So I'd just like to invite everyone to invite violent masculinity into the conversation that are also, besides being at the base of this, they foster the militarized, harsh behavior that also engender gender-based violence. UNDP, please. Thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to start by congratulating the submittal of this regional proposal about the 30 years after Beijing that was presented yesterday, in which we have collaborated. I believe this is a report that discusses the pending topics of gender equality in the region. Since yesterday, we've been hearing about different types of progress that we can identify in the region, especially highlighting the forefront of the regional gender agenda and the systematic progress of gender equality mechanisms in terms of their hierarchy. These and other achievements in the different action areas help us celebrate, but also we need to know that we have a long way to go still, and that our region is at a crossroads. We have persistent challenges, interconnected challenges that are threatening to undermine the progress that we have achieved with current crises such as the climatic crisis, inequality, polarization, and these setbacks. All that means that we need to make a regional and global effort, even bigger one, to address the need to reimagine the future. The size of those challenges is huge, and we all know that. However, we are at a crossroads with the existence of a limited budget in terms of gender equality policies. As we have heard, public expenditure as well as investment on care systems, policies to prevent and eradicate gender-based violence, or active policies of labor market for women are receiving a budget which is below 1% of the GDP in the region. We urgently need to increase funding for those policies that contribute to gender equality, and we need to align fiscal policies with gender equality by adopting a progressive tax collection regime together with transparency and citizens' engagement. Yesterday, civil society asked the United Nations system for two fundamental strategies. First, doubling our commitment to drive structural transformations that will get rid of the perpetuation of gender inequality. They asked us to be more creative and to be more effective, to understand the setbacks and to reimagine the future. In the context of this meeting of the presiding officers, we are available to both requests to continue to collaborate with civil society, with governments, and with our sister agencies of the UN system, because the Beijing Declaration to be alive and still determining initiatives that actually contribute to transforming the reality of women in the region. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
A la representante del PNUD,
Thank
y ahora
the representative, and now we'll go to
diversos de Latinoamérica.
diverse youths in Latin America.
Docus nue de mi Waidrapa Bamnukin Nanukin. Muy buenos días a todas las personas presentes, en especial a mis hermanas jóvenes.
Especially my young sisters. We, diverse youths in Latin America and the Caribbean, are meeting in the 66th meeting of the Presiding Office of Regional Conference of Women that is taking place on December 4th and 5th of 2024 in Santiago de Chile. Within the context of the commemoration of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action 30 years on, and the creation of its action platform, this manifest that is built collaboratively and it's undersigned by more than 20 organizations and networks led by youth. This is just an abstract of our position. The declaration will be disseminated in full through LAC and UN Women. We embrace the trajectory of women who have been and are builders of the fight. We salute their history and their teachings. Women and sexual dissidences, youth in the region, respecting our ethnic and cultural diversities, have mobilized in order to issue this declaration that we consider a milestone in the history of all young women. 30 years on after Beijing, more than ever, we are experiencing different types of violence due to colonialism and structural racism, territorial invasion, slavery, climatic displaced women, a violation of our rights and our bodies. And we demand historical reparation, justice, memory. In the end of the genocide of the populations, we demand equality in justice, health, education, and security, placing racism, gender, and class as the key pillars of the negotiations and agreements in our region. In spite of all the progress in implementing the action platform, we keep facing a number of challenges, and governments should guarantee the review, monitoring, updating, and improvement of public policies on equality. We urge to close linguistic gaps through translation of national languages, official languages, for actual inclusion. We're faced with multiple processes in which systematically we have been underrepresented and not considered. We share our concerns, demands, and proposals in order to continue to make progress towards the full and intergenerational implementation of the Beijing Declaration. We denounce multiple forms of violence and extreme violence that we young women experience, especially ethnic violence against Black women, Indigenous women, and Afro-descendant women, and other types of discrimination to sex workers, women, dissidents who live with HIV and other STDs, women with disabilities, household workers, caregivers, and others. That we condemn state repression and the weakening of democratic institutions that deepen inequalities and violence against the defenders of human rights.
It is necessary for the states to guarantee our participation in political spaces, national, regional, and global, guaranteeing funding for the organizations led by youth. We don't discriminate in these sexual and reproductive rights. Aside from the eradication of practices such as child marriage and multiple forms of violence in the LGBTQ+ community, we demand inclusive education, free of violence, respectful of our languages, our entities, and the recognition of all these, and we demand mental health services and that measures be taken to protect young women and girls in view of digital violence such as cyberbullying, cyber harassment, digital persecution, promoting safe social media. We claim environmental justice, encouraging active participation in environmental policies with the strengthening of the defense of human rights and environmental defenders, including Afro-descendant Black communities. This is a way to fight against environmental racism. Escazú Agreement now. We demand justice, preparation, and the transformation of the structures that perpetuate violence in race, gender, and class, as well as the strengthening of institutions to guarantee transparent processes and effective ones. It is urgent for the states to be positioned and to be responsible for all the genocides, especially in Palestine, and the vulneration of the institutionality, the democratic institutionality of Latin American states and others. We reaffirm our commitment as fair and sustainable societies. We urge the governments and key stakeholders to support our demands with resources, with effective policies, with actual spaces for participation, democratic and wide-ranging. It is time to build a dignified future for us. No one, something for us without youth.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Aro from Red LAC to take the floor. Thank you very much for offering us this space, for allowing us to speak on the side of civil society, but on that side of civil society that has not been visible historically and that either voluntarily or involuntarily is left aside. I agree with the previous speaker who says nothing for us without us. And without rural women, there won't be any care for life, for water, for nature, of the forest, of the seeds, healthy seeds, food, without preservatives, without any of these things. And that is why we believe that we need to be seen, heard, and not only on paper. It is our voice. We have been bringing the voice since the 90s, and it was created in Argentina. The Vanetta Almeida created this, our founder. With 34 years of history, 43 years of history, we have a political agenda that has 6 pillars: land, production, work, gender, violence and rights, citizen participation of rural women, and community participation, climate change, and how it affects production, small-scale production and nature. But at Red LAC, we have also pushed the ideas of this crazy dreamer. We made it public in 2012, on March 5th, 2012, with 270 rural women from 16 countries and many ministers that attended from the Ecuadorian state and international cooperation. It was time to bring this dream forward, and I want to put this to your consideration so that we make a collective effort, and that's how it happened. In the Santo Domingo Declaration in Sáchiras in 2012, a declaration with 16 articles was written, and it urged the UN to declare rural women as subjects to reparation. And since then, we've been pushing this collectively. It is ratified in Panama in 2016, in Chilquil. And again, we've ratified it in the last LAC that took place in 2024, in April. In Patagonia, 2 hours south, towards Balmaceda, I believe, is the city where it took place. That's where the flight arrived. And thanks to Governor Macias, who took on the commitment that no mayor wanted to do. No one wanted to commit, because sometimes when we talk about rural women, they're rural and not visible. So I want to say that we have fought since the 80s. I've been doing this since the 80s. We have fought so much to be recognized with the equal opportunities for women in relation to men. But it's the same. Today, in 2024, there is still a gap that is not recognized, and there is this silent work that has been made, and it's not valued. The work of women, youth, and girls that live in the countryside, and their economy is their subsistence. But even in countries where there's no land, and Ecuador has around 20%. Costa Rica, 8%. I apologize, but we are running out and with the time. I just wanted to say that I leave in your hands this declaration of the OAS, thanks to the support of so many and the executive secretariat. And I haven't seen the minister, but she was here, Alejandra Mora Mora, who have supported the Panamanian state as well. We have this declaration for these 10 years recognized since July last year. And for the rights of all women, adolescents, and girls in 2024, 2034. And we are already in the first year. But since April last year, on 17th of April, we recognized the Inter-American Day for Rural Women. So we have October, International Women's Day, and April 27th for the Americas. But we have several ambassadors from this decade, and we wish to ask that we want to ask you to help us bridge these gaps, to build bridges so that these women, youth, and girls don't need to leave their communities and may have a proper livelihood, because there will be women to feed the world. If we don't want anyone to die of hunger, we need to invest in the rural areas, especially in women, girls, adolescents. Thank you.
Les agradecemos a todas sus.
We would like to thank all the participants and will continue.
La siguiente punto en la agenda que tiene que ver con los preparativos y hoja de ruta.
We're going to take a look at the preparation and roadmap of the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean that will take place in Mexico in 2025. I'm going to share a message by the government of Mexico on behalf of the Secretary of Women, Cliclali Hernandez. Dear sisters, this has been an enriching day for those of us who are building new forms of government to break with the old paradigms and allowing us to think about the state of the art of women and girls. As President Sheinbaum has said, we want our girls to walk safely on streets, and then all society will be safe. Yes, it's quite ambitious, but for this, women are positioning themselves in decision-making positions and working for a full life for all in all corners of the region. In 2025, we will be celebrating several things, 50 years of the World Conference on the Legal and Social Situation of Women. In 1965 in Tlatelolco, a Beijing platform, and the 16th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We want all the spaces to promote a space beyond retrospective ones, and we don't want any women to be left behind. We don't want any women to be left out, considering the context of each country and not allowing the setbacks. Developing this future that we want to leave for future generations, a more fair society, and this implies that we're not conditioned to a single role in society full of prejudice and violence. We are destined to do what we dream of doing. We need to be strong to build peace and build rights.
Sin duda, la conferencia será la oportunidad de ciudadanizar los acuerdos históricos de la plataforma de Beijing y otros acuerdos y
And with
tratados
the
internacionales
Beijing platform and other agreements in terms of gender and the rights of women, this has allowed us to advance.
Hago eco de las palabras y resoluciones del espacio de la sociedad.
I would like to echo the words of civil society. Our states have been called to foresee financing so that policies can expand and guarantee these rights, and this is not easy. Many times, the needs of our people exceed the capacity of the states, and for this, the fiscal policy must be redistributive and promote social justice. For this, the financial architecture, climate change, and structural inequality, sexual and reproductive rights are some of the topics that we address in our lives, and it's important to express our voices and to achieve transformation. We can't leave aside any historic struggles that have been fought by women throughout the years, and of course, many of these are still valid. And the women that still use those decision-making spaces cannot fail. We can't fail other women. We have all, as we say in Mexico, We have all arrived, and this allows consolidating the advance of the agenda of rights of girls, adolescents, and women, elderly women, all women in our region.
This 16th regional meeting on women on Latin America and Caribbean will be held in Mexico, in the center of the moon, Tenochtitlan, in Mexico City, the country of the fourth revolution, which has been led with the history of wonderful women such as the Adelitas, Frida Kahlo, Olga Costa, María Izquierdo, Amparo Ochoa, Lila Down, Natalia Lafourcade,
Voces.
Thinkers and doers that have made of Mexico, that north of the Americas is going through a leading edge moment. We want to say, let's not forget, but we have to remember every single day, culture of equality is here to stay. In institutions, our life, our countries, our communities, it is time to defend the victories. No setbacks. It's time to stop macho attitude. It's time for women, because every action for a girl, for a woman, will have an influence in the cultural change of our society. Thus, we suggest that the host of the 16th regional meeting on Latin American and Caribbean women is, as what I said, at the center of the moon, Tenochtitlan, from August 12th to 15th in 2025. We hope our proposal will be accepted, and very pleased on behalf of the Mexican state, we will be waiting for you. So we are writing history. It's time for women. Thank you.
Bueno, le vamos a pedir a María Noel.
Maria Noel Baeza. Now, she's the regional director for the Americas and the Caribbean, UN Women, to address the floor. Thank you. It's really exciting that we already have a roadmap to Tenochtitlan to be at the center of Mexico City between in August 12th to 15th. It will be my birthday present. My birthday is on the 24th, so that's wonderful. It's really wonderful to have a date that we'll start working with Anna. Actually, we're already thinking of that, along with ECLAC and, of course, with the Mexican government. For us, it's really important to have the forum of civil society, which luckily we're always supporting, and we'll continue to support. In Argentina, there was a wonderful forum of the civil society, and I guess that in Mexico will be amazing also. We also want to have a forum for the youth. So we will be coordinating with UN agencies, working with the youth, so that together we can have a common front to work on this. And last but not least, the Parliamentary Forum, which will be instrumental. 100 parliamentary women in Argentina and Buenos Aires. We want to do the same. Well, more women if possible. Because without parliament, there's nothing we can do about passing the legislation. We have to commend Brazil, because over 30 minutes ago, they passed the law for the care system in Brazil. Mexican Congress is passing, changing legislation, thanks to the president that sent this set of constitutional amendments. So it will be a pleasure to be at the House of Democracy in Mexico, and with two renowned lawmakers, the chair of the Gender Commission in the House in the Mexican Congress. So the regional conference, it's still growing. It's gathering all these wonderful women, Latin American, Caribbean women. We will, together with ECLAC, we will support the Mexican government in this process. So see you in Mexico. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Maria Noel. And now Ana Westmesa Garcia. She's director of ECLAC's Gender Affairs Division. She can show us what this roadmap is. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, my friends, colleagues on the UN Women and UN agencies. With Nicole Videgain and the division team, we will be supporting this whole process under the leadership of Mexico. First, let me share with you what are the regional and global events that we believe that are in full synergy with the 16th Regional Conference on Women. At the bottom, in the website, we have the copies in English and Spanish. Well, this is the 69th session of the Legal and Social Committee of Women in the United Nations. It's a regional consultation. Has been completed a few minutes ago. It's extremely important global event that will take place in Spain, in Seville. It's the 4th International Conference of Funding for Development. It's a critical topic, as many of you have said. In September, we'll have the UNGA. We'll have a high-level review of the 30 years of a Beijing platform, and the second summit on social development at Qatar between November 4th to 6th, and COP 30 it's 10 to 21st of November at the Belém do Pará in Brazil. Yes. And on the upper half, the meetings which are important for you to know. The first, as you know, every year we have the Forum on Sustainable Development, where we analyze a set of SDGs, and many countries submit voluntary national reports. And this year, goals to be addressed will be number 3, 5, 8, 14, and 17. So it will be a great opportunity to offer your support of the regional gender agenda, which has been thoroughly analyzed, and the sexual division of labor. And of course, let me commend Brazil for the recent approval of the law setting the national policy on care. The announcement by the head of the Mexican delegation, the Vice Ministry for Women's Affairs, is that in Mexico City, between the 2 to in the 2 and 5 of the 2nd and the 5th of Mexico, we will be in Tenochtitlan. This is the center of the moon. We want to be there. It will be after a full moon, so it will be wonderful. The moon, full moon, will welcome us in Mexico City. So, after the consensus in Mexico, which you will all be part of, which will be important. What the region will take to the sixth meeting of the Regional Conference on Social Development in September between the 2 and the 4th in Brazil. And the other conference described by Niosoti Riva this morning, which is 13th meeting of the Statistics of the Americas between in November 25th and 27th. And the venue is to be defined. So these are the milestones. There are lots of multilateral mechanisms. The multilateral agenda, it's a dynamic, but we wanted to share with you what are the more synergistic in terms of United Nations and our topics. And our roadmap actually started something that this preparation for the conference is the first time we have held an academic forum, which already took place in Mexico City in August 28th or 29th, held by the government of Mexico. Now we have by the Colmex, which is the Mexican College UN Women and ECLAC, where we had the opportunity to listen to and learn and discuss topics around which we need to discuss the relationship between territory, climate change, care, labor, as referred to by the ILO colleagues, decent jobs, the economy of care, among many others. Now, right now, is the 66th meeting of the board of the Regional Conference on Women, and we are in the preparation with the West Indies University, an academic forum in the Caribbean, in Barbados, in February 18th and 19th. This is to be confirmed, the actual date, but this is the decision has been made already. And last time we only did this in a remote fashion because we were caught by the pandemic. But now we want to have a sub-regional meeting in the Caribbean so that Caribbean delegations can attend the academic meeting, but also attend the sub-regional meetings. So we will be discussing in further detail the position document, which I will be reading for you later, but also the contributions made by the delegations as part of the agreements that will be submitted to Mexico. In April, after many of you have the responsibility of March the 8th celebrations, we would like to have the 3 sub-regional meetings. And these will be remotely organized for South America in April the 8th, another one for Central America and Mexico on April the 9th, and the Women Specialized Agencies meeting, where we have the Inter-American System, SEHIB, UN organizations that have supported Bank for the Development, that are supporting these talks, these discussions. So that's the proposal that we've discussed with the Mexican leadership and along with the UN Women. And then in August next year, before the 16th conference, we'll have the Forum of Feminist Organizations, the Parliamentary Forum, and the side events that before the conference, and that as you know, from the secretary of the commission and division of gender affairs, we always want the meeting to have a ministerial level, and that the side events not compete with the ministerial affairs. Yes. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. And of course, the outcomes, the results, may be taken to UN General Assembly in September, where, as already referred to by the vice chair, celebrating the 30 years of Beijing, but also 50 years of the first World Conference on Women, which took place in Mexico. So this is the roadmap which we wanted to share with you. We will have lots of work to do in the coming months so as to have a fruitful result, such as this regional gender agenda. The commitments achieved in Mexico will add to the regional gender agenda, will add to these 47 years of work to have these progressive, cumulative, comprehensive regional agenda, which you, as member states of Latin America and the Caribbean, have achieved as a contribution for national policies and from the region and towards the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ana Westmes Garcia, Director of Gender Affairs in LAC. Thank you, Vice Chair. This conference is held in 4 languages, and we need the interpretation, and we are delayed 45 minutes. So, Vice President, if you agree, we can open 10 minutes of participation with a commitment that we have of the delegations, that they will be very short participations to be able to have the time and comply or fulfill the program.
Secretaria. Bueno, entonces, Chile, por favor.
Sí, trataremos de ser
We have to be very brief. We have to respect the time of the different states. I would like to greet the high authorities, especially ministers and delegations that are here today. I would like to greet Vice Chair Ms. Ingrid Gomez, dear Maria Noel, Ana Guesmes, and the Regional Conference on Women for Latin America and the Caribbean has an importance that is not only for each state, but also for the advancement of women's rights, gender equality, social justice in all of the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Along the years, the Regional Conference for Women has been an area for dialogue, thought, and action where the most important challenges have been tackled for women in the region. The report Action for Equality, Development for Peace in Latin America and the Caribbean, the project of the regional report on the declaration and platform of Beijing after 30 years of its approval, together with the implementation of the gender agenda, is a reflection of the multilateral dialogue and of the relevance of sharing our experiences and reaching a consensus to be able to advance and not go back in terms of the rights of women in its diversity. This is why we see that the 67th meeting of women to be held in Mexico, where in 1975 we held the first Conference of Women. Our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, was the territory where it all started in terms of the human rights for women, and ministers and authorities at here have the responsibility, it's an ethical responsibility as well as political, of preserving this historical legacy that is expressing almost 50 years of multilateral dialogue for freedom and life of women. This conference that will be held in Mexico in 2025, that will be mainly be dealing transformations of the political environment, social, cultural, environmental aspects to be able to set forth gender equality, will reaffirm the commitment of the region to establish community of care and gender equality, as well as autonomy of women, such as with a productive, inclusive, and sustainable future. The region of Latin America and the Caribbean is tackling important elements that are impacting directly millions of women and girls. Even though there has been progress in the area of education, political participation, and legislation, we still have tremendous gaps in terms of gender violence, poverty of time, and representation in decision-making posts of all of the diversity of women that exist in Latin America. This is why areas such as these ones are so important for the ideas of new challenges and how to tackle the responses of specific solutions for all women in the region. It is fundamental for this conference to become an area for government, civil society, and international organizations be able to agree upon the action platform for care. As state of Chile, we are convinced that equality is a path that commits everybody. And we reaffirm the commitment with the implementation of the SDGs, specifically SDG number 5, that looks for gender equality and empowerment of women and girls. Our country is strongly defending the importance of not lagging behind in rights of women and girls in all its diversity that have been previously been recognized. This is why we want to promote an action platform that will provide the follow-up of the commitments of Buenos Aires and thus be able to monitor the progress of transformation in the area of in the political, social, economical, and environmental activities related to care. As we have been able to progress in the Beijing platform, we believe that generating a care platform where we would like to have the experience of Global Alliance of Care, where many of the countries here we are part of this alliance to be able to progress or advance in political policies for women in our region. We have to place a discussion right in the middle of the commitment of states in care and gender equality. The states that do take into consideration this commitment will be responsible of these advancements that will effectively control their actions. We should not forget that we are in the Inter-American Time of Rights of Women, teens, and youth in America 2024-2034, as Luciano was expressing, where all of the member states of the OAS have the commitment of implementing public policies to guarantee the rights of rural women. These women do not only contribute to the creation of climate resilience, conservation of biodiversity, or the care of the land, but they are a fundamental pillar for the development of our society. And to finish, I would like to express that it is not enough to move forward, but these are all elements that should not only be maintained, but they have to deepen in the rights of women in all their diversity, as there cannot be any progress without real equality, comprehensive and long-lasting, that will respect and value women in all its dimensions and realities. From the state of Chile, we're still committed to human rights of women, and we say we will not go back, not one step. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias a las Viceministra
Thank
Chile,
you to our Vice Minister of Chile, Mexico, please.
Gracias, compañera vicepresidenta. Algo
Thank
breve,
you,
nada más para
Vice
todas
Chair.
y todos.
Very
Primero,
briefly, I would first like to invite you,
todas y a todos a que
invite all
compartamos
of you
realmente, como le
to
decía
share, as
nuestra
mentioned
vicepresidenta,
by
de
our
la
Vice
mesa.
Chair.
Para nosotros la conferencia
For us, the
debe ser
conference
también un
has
pretexto de
to
reorganizar
be
y
a
de
reason why we have to
trabajar y
organize and
aterrizar en
establish
metodologías de
citizenship
pedagogía
and to
popular.
work
Los
in
aprendizajes,
popular
los avances y los retos
methodologies
de
of
la plataforma
education.
tiene que ser un
The
reto.
platform
Lo
has
vamos a
to be
hacer
a
en
challenge.
México
This
por
will be done in Mexico,
disposición de la secretaria de las
given
mujeres Israelí
the
Hernández. Para nosotros la
disposition
preparatoria
of
especialmente
the
de lo que tiene que
secretary
ver
of this
con la
conference,
sociedad civil
all
va a
related
ser
to the civil
justamente
society, which
como
will
ya lo han hecho
be
tanto
passed.
Chile
It
como
has already been done by Chile
quienes
and
tuvieron la
Argentina,
conferencia
who
en
did
periodos anteriores,
hold
pues
the
un
conference
espacio
in
también de
previous
construcción
years.
colectiva.
This will
Asimismo, el
be
espacio parlamentario
collective
que creemos que es
construction, same
fundamental para
as
avanzar
the
en temas de avances
parliamentary area where we
legislativos, que
believe
vayan
we have
soportando
to move
también
forward
este
in these
debate con
areas and
políticas
will be
públicas
supporting
necesarias para el
public
avance
policies
de los derechos
necessary
de
for
las
the
mujeres y
advancement
niñas. Nos
of
complace saber
rights of women and
que
girls.
el
We
espacio
are
de
happy to
juventudes
express
va a ser
that the
también un
area of
espacio
youth
de esta
will
conferencia,
be
de la
also
conferencia en
participating in this
México.
conference in
Así que
Mexico.
cada vez más se va
Therefore,
alimentando de
this
más
will be
experiencias.
feeding from
Quería
more
hacer uso de la
experiences.
palabra,
I just
secretaria,
wanted
para
to
decirle,
take the floor, Secretary
vicepresidenta,
or
para
Vice
comentar
Chair,
que
to
queremos
comment that
participar,
we want to
que
participate, that
aspiramos
we
junto a CEPAL y a
aspire
mujeres,
together with
participar
ECLAC
de
and
todas las
UN
mesas
Women to
preparatorias en las
participate in
regionales,
the preparatory
estar muy
tables
de
in
cerca
regional
con lo que
areas. We
también
want to
todas
be very
ustedes
close to
sugieran
what
o puedan
you are
proponer en
all
esta hoja de
proposing
ruta previa a la
in this
conferencia.
roadmap prior to the
Y
conference.
además
And we
invitarles a
also
que
want to
cualquier
invite
país
you that any
cualquier
country
país pueda llegar días
can
previos a la conferencia
arrive
para conocer
some
las
days
experiencias que ya
earlier
México
to the
tiene de
conference
aplicación
is
de
to
políticas,
see
especialmente de
the
políticas de
experience that we
cuidado.
have,
Tanto los centros
especially in
Luna,
the
que son los
policy of
implementados por
care,
la presidenta
especially
Claudia
the
Sheinbaum en su gestión de jefa de
Luna
gobierno en la ciudad,
centers
que son centros
implemented
de
by
atención
President Sheinbaum,
a las violencias, como también los
as
centros
well as
Utopía,
the
que son los centros
Utopia
de cuidado
centers, the
integral que
ones
los
that are
implementó
comprehensive
Clara Brugada,
care centers
alcaldesa de
implemented by Clara
Iztapalapa en este momento,
Brugada,
hoy
the
jefa de
mayor at the
gobierno.
time and
Así
today
que
is
hay
head of
mucho por
government.
conocer, mucho por
And there's
compartir
much
también los
to
días previos a la
see,
conferencia
hear, and share
y
prior to
estaremos
the
pues a
conference.
disposición
We
de
will
apoyar y
be
facilitar
available to
cualquier tipo de
support any
conocimiento,
type of
intercambio que en
knowledge and
este caso se
exchange
pueda
that
hacer. Y
can
rumbo
be
a la
done in this
conferencia,
case.
todos los
And
espacios que puedan
the
construirse de forma
conference,
colectiva,
any
bienvenido
time
sea
that can be
y
created
con CEPAL y ONU
collectively are
Mujeres
welcome.
tenemos
And
ya
with ICLAC and
bastante
UN
trabajo
Women,
para avanzar en la hoja de
much
ruta que
work
será
is done.
presentada posteriormente a todas y
Much
todos
work is
ustedes
to be
para
done
compartir.
for all of you
Gracias,
to
señora
share. Thank you
vicepresidenta.
very much, Vice Chair.
Muchas gracias a México y a
Thank
Chile
you,
por
Mexico and
sus
Chile,
comentarios y
for your
aportaciones.
comments and participation.
No tenemos más, secretaria, por favor.
No hay más. Podemos continuar con el
Now
siguiente
we can
punto.
continue
Sí,
with
si
our
me permite,
next
vicepresidenta,
topic, if you allow me, Vice Chair.
anunciamos que no vamos a tener el
We
receso
will not
del
hold
café. El café va a
the
estar
coffee
servido fuera
break as it will be outside of the room, but we will not stop for that coffee break.
Bien, pues entonces vamos a proceder
We will continue
con el siguiente punto que tiene que
with
ver
the
con los
next point that is related to the
del
content
documento de
of
posición de la
the
16ª
document
Conferencia
of
Regional
the
sobre la Mujer
66th
de América
Conference
Latina
on
y el
Women
Caribe,
for Latin
México
America and the
2025.
Caribbean, Mexico 2025.
A continuación, Ana Westmes, que es la
Anna
directora de la
Guesmes,
División de
the
Asuntos de
Director
Género de
of
CEPAL, nos
Gender Affairs in
presentará los
ECLAC,
contenidos
will be
del
presenting the
documento de
contents of the
posición de la
document of the position
16ª
paper of the
Conferencia Regional
16th
sobre
Regional
la Mujer de
Conference on
América
Women in
Latina
Latin
y el
America
Caribe,
and the
México
Caribbean, Mexico
2025.
2025.
Sí, muchas gracias, señora vicepresidenta, señoras
Thank
y
you,
señores
Vice Chair,
delegados.
dear
Como ustedes
delegates.
saben,
As you know,
la CEPAL tiene la
ICLAC has
responsabilidad de
the
preparar para
responsibility
cada uno de los
of
órganos
preparing for
subsidiarios
each one of
un
the
documento que es
subsidiaries
un
a
documento de
document which is
posición
a position
que
document
coadyuva, que
that
contribuye
contributes
a los
Helping and
debates. Este documento de posición comisión lo coordina la División de Asuntos de
coordinates
Género, va a estar
the
coordinado
gender
por Lucía
affairs. It
Escudo
will be coordinated
y por
by
mí,
Lucia Escu and by
y
myself,
coordina con
and
todas
it
las
coordinates.
otras
It's coordinated
divisiones
with
y
all the other
trabajos
divisions
estadísticos
and
que lleva
statistical
adelante
work that
esta comisión y, por
this
supuesto, con los
commission
aportes
carries out, and
fundamentales de
of course with
ustedes,
the
los
fundamental
países, el
contribution
sistema de
of the
Naciones
countries,
Unidas
United Nations
y,
system, and all the contributions that we are going to be collecting during these sub-regional meetings. I'd like to say that, if you can help me, that these are the three latest position documents that we have submitted in the previous meetings. We have a long-standing experience. The first World Conference on Women was back in 1975, and 2 years later in Havana, the first regional conference on women took place, where the LAC was requested for a mandate to issue a regular and permanent invitation to a regional conference on women, which is what we have been doing, Mrs. Vice Chair, uninterruptedly. And since 2020, this call is issued in coordination with United Nations Women. So in the 13th Regional Conference on Women, the approach was on women's autonomy and gender equality in its three dimensions. And it was a milestone because you approved the Montevideo strategy that supports the implementation of the regional gender agenda in the framework of sustainable development. Here in Santiago, in the 14th Regional Conference on Women, also we celebrated the commemoration of the elimination of all forms of violence against women. The main treaty of human rights, our charter that has been ratified by all countries in the region. And 25 years from the fourth World Conference on Women, you were the pioneers because we were starting to envisage the COVID-19 pandemic, and we discussed the multiple challenges of a changing economic scenario and technological, demographic, and climatic trends. And at the time, much of the social agenda had to do with macroeconomics, with the world economic system, and the changes that had to be done regarding equality. The Santiago commitment was adopted that was already strengthening care systems, global care chains, and also the economy of care as a deeply dynamic economy to address the crisis. In our last conference in Buenos Aires, we submitted the Care Society Horizon for a Sustainable Recovery with Gender Equality, where the call was to transition to a new development style that would prioritize life sustainability and the planet's sustainability, placing at the center the right to care. This is a region that advances to the conceptualization of right to care, and that would guarantee the rights of those who do require care, but those who also provide those cares. What is the context for this document, this contribution to discussion? First, a context of multiple crises that are intertwined, that are deepening historical inequalities, a low trend growth,
delimitado espacio fiscal,
limited fiscal space, where the demand overcomes the infrastructure, people. Something that we have documented and very strongly in the social parameter is that the crisis of care will be exacerbated in the coming years by the demographic changes, such as population aging, the changes in epidemiological, but also the climate change. We are going to experience a massive increase in the coming years of care requirements that currently we do not have the necessary infrastructure nor the services or the time to be able to respond to that. The proposal that we had since Buenos Aires with its mandate is that we need to work with a sense of urgency. to double the efforts, and the country that will host of the 16th Regional Conference on Women will be an opportunity to agree on strategic political orientations. And there's so many requests and also a mandate from the other subsidiary entities during the sessions period in order to make progress on the how to do it better and how to do it faster. That's why part of the discussion regarding uh, governance, institutional arrangement, political economy, social dialogue, and governance and institutionality and financing of the care society. This is the paradigm that we are working on, life sustainability and planet sustainability, contribution of the feminist movements of the indigenous peoples, of the Afro-descendant peoples in our region, public health, your contribution of the governments in the region that adopted the Buenos Aires Agreement, where we have integrated the notion to right to care, self-care, the care of the people, and care for those who care, with a dimension of care for the planet, and the care diamond, which is the co-responsibility among markets, households, communities, and the states. The codependence and interdependence principle, but also of co-responsibility and with the planet, a deep shift in paradigm. And this is how we are structuring this. This is a first presentation with you. It's been approved by Executive Secretary. We have discussed internally that this is the contribution that we could make. I've to start receiving the contributions of all of you. It's a multi-level view of care, care at different levels, global, regional, national, and local, and how the region is contributing to the world. And the executive director of UN Women, this new paradigm that is very simple and very easy to explain, but with a deep transformation, a deep change. The second one is to keep delving deeper in what we had already discussed during the 15th conference, which is care as a right, as a necessity, and dynamic work a dynamic work for the economy. The third one is care in the design and implementation of public policies, how we are discussing public policy regarding services, regarding resources, time, and labor. So when we talk about public policy from a perspective that is centered or revolving around gender equality or women's autonomy, we're talking about redistribution. In Beijing, you said that half of the sky, half of the earth, and half of the power. I believe in Mexico, we'll be saying half of the times, half of the resources, and half of the work. Chapter 4 is the most challenging, and we recovered that a lot in the academic forum, and we are expecting the contributions from the academia, which is a more prospective view of care. How are we going to work on care in the productive and value chains, and not only how are we going to keep on talking about migration, climatic crisis, how are we going to keep on working on this articulation between equality and sustainability, which is so fundamental in our region, which, because it has huge impacts from climate change. And the fifth chapter is the closing one. We have called it a paradigm shift because truly, I believe you're making history. We are building model in which growth in our country goes beyond GDP, is measured according to people's well-being and how the population in our country is faring, and with the guiding principles that are so cherished in the region of intercultural and intersectionality. This is a challenge, the one that that we are addressing and that we're facing, and we're going to be working. And here I will go through this very quickly. But how are we thinking of it? The first thing we wanted to do was to consider the enormous contribution of this region to multilateralism, the resolution, then for a large number of countries in this region, the resolution of the Human Rights Council, first resolution of this kind about the importance of care and support from a human rights promotion promoted in Argentina and also by several countries. But in the PowerPoint, you have all the information. This year, the executive secretary, um, first time that in a resolution of ECOSOC, under the presidency, there's a resolution um, in support for the social development. Something very important is that in United Nations, we have worked almost 2 years under the leadership of the Deputy Secretary General, Mrs. Mina Mohammed, and the curatorship of the institution globally, ILO, AUNDP, ICLAC, work together in having a document that is about transforming the care systems in the context of sustainable development in our common agenda that was presented this year in the margins of ECOSOC. We also have the General ILO conference that approved the resolution regarding decent work and the economy of care, and where GRULAC, with the coordination of Mexico, played a fundamental role in the conceptualization of care as a public good and a work that needs to take place in the context of decent work. The Pact for the Future, with an emphasis on what you have said, which is intergenerational relationships, and the request for a consultative opinion with the that has been coupled with close to 124 amicus curiae, this is 124 opinions, several member states that have supported the initiative, and we believe the Court of Human Rights will set a certain standard. So the idea is to highlight what the region has contributed and keeps on contributing to multilateralism. And why is multilateralism important for care? The second has to do with how what progress has been made in the regional gender agenda. You can find a document about the International Care Day, where we highlight how the concept has evolved in the regional gender agenda, but also the executive secretary in the Montevideo Consensus, in the Conference on Aging and Elderly People's Rights, in the Statistics Conference that has always been a major ally for the Regional Conference on Women, and the last session period in Peru, where a specific resolution was adopted on the matter. And finally, let's go to the national level. This is a reminder of what we presented yesterday. And in fact, well, now when we see the resolution, but now it would be already 8 countries, not 7. This changed from yesterday to today, and we are very happy. It's going to be 8 countries that have a regulatory framework establishing national systems by law on care, and the work that we see as well on different matters where we want to see not only care policies in terms of systems, but also the time necessary to provide the care and the statistics we have regarding public policy making. The second chapter is care as a right. We have been working on this conceptually, and this is a region that articulates the idea that there's going to be an increasing need. Care is universal. We all need care at some point in our lives. It's just the needs change during the life cycle and according to our situation, either of illness or disability, dependence, and at different times in our life cycle. Many times we need a care, and we provide care as well. So there's an it's interconnected. Care as a necessity, care as work. This is part of the care economy, and care as a right, which is a major contribution of the region. Also, the first intergovernment agreement that includes this idea of care as a right is the Brasilia Commitment of 2010, and the first convention that reflects the care as a right is the Convention on Elderly Citizens. So we're making progress in the two systems with significant strength in that direction. Here, the statistics that we recently presented in the social overview with leadership of SLADE regarding aging in the context of aging. So this is a region that has not solved child care and that will double the demand for care in the coming years. We have started to work, and we are also discussing with our sisters from PAHO and WHO. We know that the probability of disability increases with age, with more prevalence in those populations that are over 80 years of age, and there are issues, health issues in the region, such as diabetes that has a face of a woman, or cardiovascular diseases that have a very curious pattern that as you age, it becomes more feminine. So women will live longer, but possibly with a higher degree of morbidity and a worse quality of life. And that, of course, as our sister from UNFPA, that was a major contribution, is how we review our consumption patterns, our production patterns, and that's why the self-care issue is so key in this region.
There's a couple of things that we're starting to explore. This, well, sexual division of work. It is part of what we see in the region where women and men work more or less the same amount of hours. However, women work many more hours in unpaid terms than men and 3 times more time, in a trend that hasn't really shifted. The current social organization of care generates barriers for autonomy of women. More than half of the women that are not in the labor market are exclusively dedicated to unpaid care work. This means that what we're seeing is that one of the main barriers for economic participation of women for their economic autonomy continues to be this excess workload or unpaid workload. Girls, wives, women are taking on unpaid workloads in several countries of over 40 hours, and this is unacceptable. On the other hand, in terms of care work, well, this is a very much feminized area. We have the paid domestic sector is around 14 million women in the region. 2.9 is carried out by women who have a very low social security protection. It's around Well, Convention 189 was first ratified by Uruguay. It was the first country to advance in this sense. And there is a lot of room for improvement, however. So there are two countries, Uruguay and Chile, have a much higher level than of formalization. It's over 50%. And this is what we want to continue pushing for. They are different types of work that still include salary gap, but women continue to be doing unpaid domestic work. Those are the challenges. The care in design and implementation of public policies. Well, here what we want to show you is a different way of looking at this or articulating it. On one hand, we're going to continue working with the 5 Rs proposed by Diane Nelson, and it finally was included in the 2030 agenda. And the ILO took it as a standard. It's the idea of recognizing, redistributing, and reducing unpaid work, but also promoting decent employment, decent work with representation and rewards, guaranteeing the right to care and advancing towards this social co-responsibility and gender co-responsibility from an intersectional and human rights perspective. So the times and the resources and the services for care are necessary. And this means, on one hand, that there needs to be policies and systems for care, but we are looking at public policies from the dimension of care, migratory policies, environmental policies, others, fiscal and economic policies, etc.
Los criterios, que ya este es algo bastante consolidado en el pensamiento de la División de Asuntos de Género.
And it is part of gender affairs, and the great thinker and conceiver of this is this idea of progressiveness, universality with progressiveness. That's what Mexico mentioned. And it's what most countries are actually looking at. And co-responsibilities. Well, this is a concept that involves men and women, but basically it includes and it happens between the state, the market, households, and the community. Intersectionality and territoriality is something we're going to be looking at next week, including demographic, social, economic, and cultural and territorial characteristics, as well as financial sustainability. Has to do with the development that is under discussion. Policies that expand on the care time. Well, the ambassador of Colombia talked about this. We need to talk about gender co-responsibility, and we need to add men to this conversation, youth and society as a whole. That is why there is this proposal of the care society. It is a region that still has very low leaves, and they're only associated to formal work. As you know, it still has a very low coverage. And here I'd like to say that we're working with the ILO on an investment simulator, which models investment opportunities, benefits for the economy, and for the countries that have information on care and investment, universal services, and it could generate 22 million direct jobs. And we can have much more evident data that are clear. We have a perspective view. We're going to include the transformation. It's a little bit what was approved by the member states of LAC, these 11 transformations that are so necessary and that are being suggested in terms of production, energy, transformation, sustainable tourism, digital economy, the industry of innovation. How can we include these value chains in the discussions, for example, multilateral, and how do we include it, care economy? How do we take advantage of this technological transformation? How do we anticipate this technological transformation? There is still very little research in this sense. There is little research in terms of how to articulate this technological transformation. Here we also have the care, the territories, and environmental sustainability that has to do with the care of the environment, talking about the territories, the management of natural resources, water, energy, and this idea that we need to continue working on the care agenda. As the chair of the steering committee mentioned, the sustainability agenda and the development agenda. Long-term care, well, here there's been a little more progress, and in the last social panorama of LAC, there was a chapter on this topic, and we will continue working on aging, the development of the care services, long-term care services, and the conference on aging. We're articulating the work of both conferences and a little bit about the competence framework in terms of care professionalization. And on the other hand, care in terms of human mobility. Women, migrants in the care sector, an ongoing concern of the Caribbean countries with the migration of health professionals, public health professionals. There is a huge demand and a growing demand for care, and we will be talking about this, what it implies in these transit countries or receiving countries, destination countries, returning countries. There is very little professional mobility, and at the same time, we know that many times the migrants that provide care can't really work in other countries. So there is this whole conversation that needs to be had and that we've been working on the last few years. And finally, how to push this paradigm change. A key is the financing. We have a proposal with UN Women, and we've been working on some developments. We are looking at a conversation that is going to be very important. And one element that we want to promote is this cultural change. It's necessary for transformation. And another thing that matters is the institutional capacities that need to be strengthened. And that is what ECLAC calls top technical, operational, and prospective capacities. And this is one of the main contributions of this document, how to think about this future and this common house.
Interculturality, territorial division, and of course your role. In many countries in the region, policies or care systems are led by the ministries of development, social protection, and we want in some cases You are leading them. You're working as a technical secretariat. As you said, there is a responsibility for the care policies are clearly policies of gender. That's social protection, other social security, but they are a fundamental pillar of gender equality, and therefore mechanisms for the advancement of women are fundamental in this change, this paradigm shift. As the executive secretary says, the society of care is the horizon we should move towards. Exceed the types of development requires a deep transformation that will only be achieved through intergenerational solidarity, strategic investments, and regional cooperation. But here, need to say and we need to thank all the GIZ and the others that will be helping us in this, supporting us in this conversation, besides the UN system that contributes to the Observatory of Gender Equality and that will be presenting within the framework of the next conference. And let me close by saying that driving a society of care will invite us to act and build a more inclusive, productive, and sustainable future where well being of people is at the very center of our policies. This call is not only urgent, but also unescapable. Acting today is laying the hope for future generations and to guarantee that care, in all its forms, will be recognized as the foundation of a more just society. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Anna for her presentation of the contents, and I believe it's relevant to open the floor for some statements from the delegates. So I will ask, I will urge the delegates to use only 2 minutes so that we can guarantee time for all statements so that we can break for coffee sometime. So if the secretary could help me, Canada and St. Lucia. Good afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thanks Mexico for their position document on the upcoming 16th session of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We look forward to discussing the positive effects of care societies in reducing gender inequalities and increasing overall well-being. We are deeply concerned by the intense polarization of gender equality issues, including in Latin America and the Caribbean. The rollback of the human rights of women and children, including those of LGBTQI+ persons, is a concerning global trend that requires concerted international coordination. The rise of organized anti-gender movements threatens progress towards gender equality of women and girls' rights, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. Canada is committed to working with regional allies, including Mexico, to counter anti-gender movements, protect women's rights, and advance democracy and gender equality. We stand with all women and girls and gender diverse individuals in Canada and around the world in this essential pursuit. Canada acknowledges and values Mexico's leadership in promoting gender equality and empowering women and girls. Canada commends Mexico's recent constitutional reforms designed to protect and enhance women's rights and in the establishment of a new women's ministry and Mexico's ongoing dedication to advancing its feminist foreign policy. Your unwavering commitment to these vital issues is essential in the current global environment. Canada looks forward to continuing its support in the region to protect and promote gender equality. We are also pleased to support the work of the Inter-American Commission of Women to strengthen women's rights organizations to respond to anti-rights actors through the Feminist Partnership to Strengthen Gender Equality Agenda project. Canada reaffirms its unwavering commitment to gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in all their diversity. We stand ready to collaborate with our regional partners and to address the challenges ahead and build a more inclusive, equitable future for all. Thank you.
Gracias.
I'd like to thank Canada, St. Lucia,
want to congratulate Clark for taking on this initiative in looking at the future of care services in the society. And the growing trend is that care for persons are definitely becoming feminized. Just like we have the teaching profession. The teaching profession has been feminized for decades. And when these type of engagement become feminized, then it is classified as low class, underpaid, underfinanced. And therefore, if we address that very early, we will see it necessary so that we do not see women finding themselves being caregivers and being underpaid. They lack the social services and security that is needed. And there is limited funds available for care. And I say this because in St. Lucia, our recent census revealed that there is a growing population of the older persons. And therefore, there are many persons, in fact, persons who are unemployed. They quickly use care as a form of employment. And therefore, you find that these are low-paid persons. We want care to be treated as any other profession and being given the same level of importance and contributions from government. And therefore, we want persons involved in care, whatever form, they should be professionally trained and compensated for the work that they do. And we are saying that many women have sacrificed their lives in giving care. They have sacrificed their education. They stay back to look after the elderly, the sick, and they take care of the children. And therefore, they do not advance themselves. And with this proposal coming forward, we will put it in a correct context so that care is treated like any other profession. With this, I want to ensure that we make provisions to ask governments to make adequate contribution as we see the aging population and encourage persons to improve their lifestyle, have a better lifestyle, and make greater contribution for elderly, older persons, and to ensure that our economy is not affected because of aging population. So I commend Clark for taking this initiative and let us press forward so that it gets its rightful positions in all the Latin America, Caribbean, and we can influence the rest of the world.
Muchas gracias a la representante de Santa Lucía.
Thank you, Saint Lucia. And we now have Uruguay. Thank you. Just to thank, on behalf of Uruguay, I'd like to thank ECLAC for hosting this meeting. I would like to thank NGOs, UN Women, and the attendees for the presentations on the progress in the various countries, as well as problems and challenges we have ahead in the future. As you know, virtue of the institutional process, the delegation that always attend these type of meetings has been unable to attend. But by virtue of that, the embassy has had the honor and the pleasure of follow up on these topics that we understand are fundamental or instrumental, and beyond existing gaps, much progress has been made in the last 30 years. Really, I had the opportunity to attend the Belém do Pará meeting in 1994, and I can, throughout my diplomatic career, I've had the satisfaction of seeing those developments and progress, which are quite significant. So just to wish Mexico at the next conference, we can celebrate achievements, more achievements on these topics, which is, as I said, critical at the national, regional, and global level. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you, Uruguay and Costa Rica, please. Good afternoon. What we've just heard, not only by Anna, but also ECLAC, that support, that clarity of the economy of care as the driving force to achieve equality. Costa Rica has the great honor and a responsibility for CSW, and this responsibility, it's a great opportunity to continue to position the regional gender agenda we've been working on, that has been worked on, with the possibility of insisting on the importance of being used as the channel we could, as part of the CSW Bureau, the Vice Presidency, we would like to continue to push for these topics of care, but also the importance to continue to include more voices, to renew the message, reaffirm commitments, and to refresh the positions, even more specific positions, the importance of raising awareness among other women collectives. And this, from my personal experience, I'm a politician and I have the influence on gender topics, but has been due to the process. And many of the women in public policies today from the local dimension are not coming from the feminist movements. We need for them to be aware of that spirit, such as in these areas, in these places where you can really feel CSW, politicians, rural women, and this has to be a space for women with disabilities, and continue to fight in positioning these and other topics. But above all, from the regional point of view, I believe that the importance of what we will be agreeing today through the declaration or agreement is to continue to push so as not to go back, to continue to move forward. And like you said, I mean, first we have to collect everything that has been made and then move forward. Costa Rica is fully committed once again, and I'm really excited for what will be happening in this CSW. Very with high expectations with this extremely executive proposal in order to make the changes from the structural dimension through care. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank Costa Rica, Brazil, and then Mexico. Good afternoon. First of all, let me commend Anna Westmas for presentation of the document and ECLAC for the preparation of this document. In Brazil, today we passed the national policy on care. Now,
de acertar a sanção presidencial, nossa proposta é que seja no dia 10 de dezembro, que encerra os 16 dias de ativismo no fim da violência contra as
on
mulheres.
December the 10th, will closure of the 10 days of activism for the end of violence against women. So there will be another important date in the life of women. Let me briefly share with you a couple of elements on the document, which for me are part of the discussion of we believe are the priorities in the system of care. We need to think of a system of care. We need to think of the use of time, the paternal leaves as part of a system. I do believe, though, that we cannot move forward without discussing
do trabalho reprodutivo e não remunerado.
the
Nós temos grande desafio
non-remunerated
no trabalho das mulheres que não são
reproductive
remuneradas.
work. We believe
Pode
the
ser que
work
nos
of
outros países não seja,
women,
mas
which
no
is
Brasil é uma
unpaid,
realidade muito forte. E por
in
outro
Brazil is
lado,
a
nós temos
strong
também o
reality.
trabalho das trabalhadoras domésticas que são muito mal
The
remuneradas e
work
não
of
reconhecidas como profissionais.
domestic workers, which are not well paid and are not recognized as professionals. So discussing a policy of care only makes sense if we also discuss sexual division of labor, unless we can focus our debate on who's responsible for the policy of care and what's the responsibility of the policy of care. It's not only for women, but every woman and every man. Unless we discuss that, then we're just replicating problems on unpaid work. I believe the document very strong, but let me discuss within LAC and the Ministry of Women the importance of the system and the policy of care. I know that may be necessary for women to use their time in other things above and beyond care tasks, so that the care system does not become yet another space that will be overloading and making women responsible for. This should be in a space recognizing what is done, a space for maturity and space that can gather men so that they can join. In Brazil, there is a bill increasing the paternal leave, and it's good so that men, in fact, can look after their children. But what they do is that they put children with mothers and they leave children with mothers, and they leave to do some other things. So we have to rebuild, to restructure the processes and dynamics between men and women. This is a great opportunity, I believe. The system of care, these documents submitted
de avanço e perspectiva da divisão sexual do trabalho, eu acho que nós vamos ter
taken and then move forward in discussing the sexual division of labor. If we do that, it will be a great win for Beijing plus 30 period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Brazil. Mexico, you have been acknowledged. Yes, Ms. Vice Chair, just a fast comment. We want to thank ECLAC for the information. And for us, it is important to turn into the care focus as a right, as it means that care will be provided and received with dignity, and in the international obligations that we have with CEDAW and other international tools. This perspective of care requires transformational changes, and it is the perspective that Mexico has been promoting in international multilateral forum. And I would like to highlight two elements that Ana highlighted in her participation. One was the first resolution of her in human rights is a milestone. I believe it is a significant milestone as it is relating care from the perspective of human rights and the consultative opinion of the Human Rights Court that many of the states here participated, including the civil society, promoting the right of care. Same as Costa Rica, we feel very happy because this input means that there will be a new paradigm of human rights and human rights for women. Of course, highlighting that the efforts are made from the feminist diplomacy, which is quite needed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mexico.
Por favor, Honduras.
Honduras, please. Thank you, Vice Chair, and good afternoon, all. We're closing today's activity. I said this yesterday. I first would like to thank Anna for this opportunity that is so important and has explained the content of the document of the positioning paper for the 16th Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, Mexico 2025. I would like to express that Honduras in 2022 in Buenos Aires participated and was incorporated in this directing group of the conference. We have valued enormously the possibility of continuing to add efforts in highlighting each of the progress that we have to obtain in terms of guarantee and compliance of human rights of women. I would like to highlight of what has been presented by Ana, the essential point in which it says that we need a cultural revolution. There's a need for a cultural revolution that is very specific in promoting this society of economy of care. Honduras went from a declaration to a different stage as we already have it as a law. And we expect that by the end of our government, we will have a national comprehensive system of care. And as today we are commending Brazil, next year we can commend the launch of our national care system. I believe that 8 countries are here today, and we will continue adding more. Maria Noel, you left out Honduras at the start of our first government, where we created the Secretariat of Women. And of course, it is important to acknowledge that the intervention of our president have really been tackling the incorporation of all of the actions that go directly into structural changes. This morning was already mentioned that structural problems require structural solutions. Therefore, it is important and vital to establish a priority in those topics that we need to deal with at regional level. I would like to insist that political violence is a vital element, and I'm insisting the topic of incorporating into the political participation to access those areas of power of women is a vital element. While women are not participating in these power areas, the wait will be far longer. And I believe that together we will be able to make it. And it is important to regionally be adding more of the strengths and forces. Thank you, Representative of Honduras. We would like to ask whether any of the agencies would like to take the floor. If there is no participation of the agency, we would like to thank the different delegations for your comments and proposals and thoughts. And now, the member countries of the presiding officers should consider and adopt the declaration for the 69th session of the Commission on the Status of Women and the agreements of the 66th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Secretariat has circulated by email and right now here a document containing the draft declaration and a document containing what the Vice Presidency or Vice Chair considers them to be the main agreements expressed by the presiding officers, which I submit to you for approval.
Presidenta, como se ha señalado, ayer en la
Vice
tarde
Chair,
además
as
tuvimos
expressed
una
yesterday,
muy fructífera reunión con todas las delegaciones
we
para hacer una
held
última
a
lectura y estamos en
meeting for a
condiciones
last
de
reading.
presentar los proyectos. Vamos a examinar primero proyecto de acuerdo,
We
mesa
will
directiva de la Conferencia Regional
reviewing
sobre la
the
Mujer.
documents of
Si no hay
the
comentarios,
regional group of the
vicepresidenta, esto está en
table. If
condiciones
there
de
are no
aprobar.
comments, Vice Chair, you can approve them right now.
Si es así, el acuerdo se da
Being
por
this
aprobado.
so, this agreement is approved.
Segundo lugar, corresponde el proyecto de declaración de las
Now we
ministras y
have
altas
the
autoridades de
declaration
los
of the
organismos
ministers and
nacionales para
high-level
adelanto de
authorities
las
of
mujeres en
the
América Latina y el
national
Caribe
machineries for the
para el
advancement of
69
women
periodo
in
de
Latin
sesiones
America
de
and
la
the Caribbean
Comisión
for
de
the
Control
69th session of
Presidencial
the
de la
CSW.
Mujer. También ayer
Yesterday also, we had a very nice conversation related to this and exchanges with all delegations and the text. And according to what I see in the room, you can, Vice Chair, approve it right now. Being so, then we also approve the agreement of this fruitful meeting. Thank you very much.
Ahora corresponde la sesión de clausura. Entiendo que el
Now
secretario
we have the
viniendo.
closing session. I understand that the executive secretary is coming in and the undersecretary as well. And we will hold a very small pause right now while they arrive.
Bueno, pues sí, vamos a, vamos a continuar con nuestra agenda, que ya es el último tirón, por favor. Y justo para este tramo, si me permiten, voy a invitar al secretario de la comisión, Luis Yáñez.
Invite the Secretary of the Commission, Luis Yañez, to lead the last segment of this meeting.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Les rogamos tomar asiento.
Please have a seat.
Hemos llegado al final de
This is the
2 días de intenso
end of
trabajo.
2 days of very intense work.
Y en esta sesión de
And in
clausura,
this closing ceremony, first of all, I'd like to offer the floor to Executive Secretary of ECLAC, José Manuel Saraniel Sillax. Thank you, Luis, dear ministers, representatives of the member states, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the programs and funds, of the collaboration and cooperation organisms, dear representatives of civil society, in particular women's and feminist organizations, dear friends from the academia, from the media, delegates. Good afternoon, everyone. We are therefore closing 2 very fruitful days of work in this 66th meeting of the presiding officers in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is an honor for me to close this intergovernment meeting that is so necessary to share the progress and proposals and to answer to the very urgent challenges on the path to our common horizon, which is substantial equality and the society of care in the region. I'd like to especially salute Ingrid Gomez Saracíbar, head of the Mexican delegation, for her leadership and in the conduction of this 66th meeting of the presiding officers. Nyarajatsi Gombosbanda, Deputy Secretary of United Nations and Deputy of UN Women. I'd like to congratulate Cindy Quesada Hernandez, Minister of Women in Costa Rica, that is a co-chair of the Commission of the Legal Status, the Social Status of Women, on behalf of the Group of Latin America and the Caribbean, in GRULAC. And greetings to all teams and groups in ICLAC, starting with Ana Guesmesa, head of the Gender Affairs at ICLAC. And then Luis Yañez, Secretary of the Commission. Thank you, Luis, and all your team. All of the teams involved, especially the Office of the Executive Secretariat, my office, the Conference Unit, the Publications Unit, the Public Information Unit, the Technology and Information and Communications, the Security and Safeguards, and also I'd like to agree very especially and acknowledge the whole team of UN Women. In this framework, the leadership shown by governments, here represented by you, is key, just like the active participation of women's organizations, feminist organizations that inspire us to keep on working hard for gender equality. And congratulations for that excellent exhibition here. Outside, I was looking at in detail, and it's absolutely beauty of an exhibition. The region has a history of pioneering agreements since the gender agenda to the Beijing Declaration and platform that has laid the foundations to transform the systems that perpetuate the gender inequalities. Today, we're making progress with the site on Mexico, where the 16th Regional Conference on Women will be a milestone to consolidate a horizon of substantial gender equality. The work that we have performed here transcends the present. We're laying the foundation for the future, where care policies, gender and social responsibility, the guarantee of human rights of women and girls become pillars of our societies. I'd like to underscore that these transformations are not only necessary but absolutely urgent. Current crisis demands to accelerate the step and to be determined in achieving that more sustainable, inclusive, and more fair development that we all wish for. This space that has been a witness of exchange, reflection, and substantial agreements is leading us with determination to a 16th conference that will take place in Mexico the coming year, and from the region also to the international fora, especially to take to represent the position of the region to the 69th sessions period of the Commission of the Legal and Social Status of Women. We conclude the deliberations with very rich debate, where we addressed all the topics that we had proposed. So congratulations. We have achieved significant agreements in order to guide the preparation of the 16th Regional Conference, just like the position of the region within the 69th period of sessions of the social and legal condition or status of women. This is also a milestone in your engagement because what's been achieved has been possible thanks to each one of you. Let me highlight the engagement of 27 government delegations, 17 from Latin America and the Caribbean, 4 extra-regional countries such as US, Canada, Norway, and Spain. We also had representatives from 10 delegations from the United Nations systems and other intergovernmental organizations, and more than 200 representatives of civil society. In total, we have had the participation of close to 340 persons. This is This is a region that progresses and takes the need of taking all the necessary measures to accelerate the effective implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform through the House about strengthening institutional arrangements through the hierarchy at the highest level of the mechanisms for advancement of women, including at the ministerial level, or equivalent in order to mainstream the gender perspective in the different government levels and state powers, funding to reverse gender inequalities with a sense of urgency, accountability with citizens' engagement, and the cooperation for the development in its different modes, among others.
We reiterate the acknowledgement here at ECLAC and the creativity, capacity, and the organizational capacity of women in Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as the organizations that have consolidated a very ambitious, progressive gender agenda, defending the rights and autonomy of women in all their diversity. This next year, 2025, Latin America and the Caribbean has the opportunity to strengthen this paradigm change, this care society with an impulse to institutionality, governance, the political economy, social dialogue to manage this important change. The sustainability in life and the collective well-being is very important. And we are also facing a historic opportunity to rebuild our societies. The 16th conference on Regional Conference on Women is going to be a very good way to stress and continue the efforts of the Beijing platform and delivering the report on results. I'd like to invite you to continue to build together, building partnerships, renewing our commitment. Let us not forget that we need to stop this care crisis. It connects our multilateral efforts with in view of guaranteeing the rights and welfare of future generations. We need to work on public policies to advance towards a substantive gender equality with a care society, and I would like to congratulate you for your energy and all the conceptual advances in practice and with your disposition. You are the ones who have transformed and made this change possible. We thank the Executive Secretary, and I would like to offer the floor to the Undersecretary of the UN Women. Apologies, Usen Wanda.
For this opportunity, Mr. Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary of ECLAC, my brother, Jose Manuel Salazar. I didn't want the meeting to end. We are coming to a close when my heart still just wants to remain in the space. Thank you very much for hosting us. Your Excellency, Madam Ingrid Gomez, Undersecretary of the Women's Secretariat of Mexico. Thank you so much, honorable ministers, high-level officials, government representative from this very important region of Latin America and the Caribbean. Members of the diplomatic community who are here, thank you so much for presence and for support. Distinguished representatives from civil society, women's organizations, networks, and the very vibrant young people in the room. Let me recognize my sister Anna Guzmez and Maria Noel. You really drove this process, and want to say congratulations to you and your teams. It has just been, thank you so much. It was an emotional moment for me. I'm even feeling emotional. It was an emotional moment to connect with the women from this region who were in Beijing 30 years ago, and for us to just talk again about those experiences. What a joy and what an inspiration to be reunited with many of you, but also with many who are carrying and sustaining this effort forward. I'm therefore filled with the passion of 30 years ago, with the energy that was there, but also inspired by the reality of the presence, the wisdom that I carry and that we carry from the indigenous communities has been very profound, reminding us that we are connected with nature. The assertiveness of the Afro descendants has been very much present, reminding us that we still need to address issues of racism. The amazing young people who have been with us, and also my community of people with disabilities. It has also been important to hear and to see each other and to listen to the voices that we have. I want to appreciate and all the delegates and partners. Please allow me to really thank first and foremost and very substantively to ECLAC for the exceptional partnership and your leadership of us as a UN in supporting our member states as they gather today. The role of the economic commissions in monitoring and supporting member states on the Beijing commitments is part of the decisions that were made 30 years ago. It's actually written in the text of the Beijing Platform for Action. And we want to thank you that for the last 30 years, you have continued to offer a space for accountability, for reflection, and for continuing to build on this commitment. We really appreciate the very high quality data and the analysis that was shared that informed and guided the Beijing 830 process, which enabled us to be rooted in evidence and not just in rhetoric and in anecdotes. Thank you so much for that important, very, very important effort to have the data in front of us. We really appreciate, and I do, the protocol people, the interpreters, in a language of diversity from French, English, Espanol, Portuguese. So to just have the interpreters to say we are a human community which can still communicate irrespective of the diversities of language. Congratulations and thank you, and thank you, and thank you. As I said, my appreciation to the host country, to Chile. And I also mentioned the appreciation for persons with disability. I understand that you are hosting the next Paralympics. Me, I'm coming. I'm coming because I could see that many of us who are in the Paralympics, we are properly cared for. So I'm looking to 2027 for the Paralympics here in Chile. Again, thank you for the hospitality to the host government. We appreciate. Madam Undersecretary General Ingrid Gomez, we are thrilled to support Mexico for the next regional conference on women in 2025. You can count on us as a UN system. You can count on us as UN Women to ensure the success and to also continue the discussion on the issues that have been raised here. We are looking forward to Her Excellency, the President, hosting and opening that meeting. I also hope, and I take this opportunity to also congratulate from my part of the world, the election of a woman president in Namibia. And for us, it's very encouraging to continue to see women in decision-making. I cannot speak for the government of Namibia, but I wish they could also come and join with their sister in Mexico. And to our distinguished partners and friends in civil society, thank you. Thank you for holding us accountable. When I listened to the civil society, I also felt that as rights holders, they are also expressing the expectation on the member states as the duty bearers, and that respectful, interactive opportunity to share a space that we respect, because the UN starts with we, the people, because the UN is an ECOSOC framework for civil society participation. And I really want to thank the opportunity that civil society had to also participate and to engage very substantively and very significantly. Congratulations to our member states for adopting an extraordinary declaration, an ambitious declaration, a declaration rooted in a transformative agenda, but also in the realities of this region. The Latin America and the Caribbean region has long been at the forefront of advancing gender equality. On the global stage, at CSW 57, it was the leadership of this region, the governments and the civil society, that made it possible for femicide to be recognized as agreed language for the first time. This declaration reflects the same determination to break new ground and to ensure that the voices of women in this region resonate globally. The declaration puts care front and center. It recognizes care as more than an economic issue, as more than just a redistribution of time. That care is about dignity, care is about equality, and the full exercise of women's rights. You have positioned the care societies as a global priority. You have redefined care as a shared responsibility, breaking free from the outdated norms that place the burden overwhelmingly on women. Even more so, you have underscored that care is about living fully as a community and as a society, that women deserve to rest, simply resting. They deserve leisure, leisure. And they deserve joy, the essence of being human. This is what you are bringing. This is ensuring that the issues of women and girls in all our diversities, we are able to live free fulfilling lives in a balanced way, in a way that we contribute to the well-being of our families, our communities, our nations, and our countries. You are reshaping the global conversation and setting new standards for progress. Congratulations. Your declaration also brings the much needed attention to the experience of migrant women and women who experience human trafficking. It calls for us to view migration with a human lens, grounded in equality and respect. Migrant, refugee, and displaced women contribute so much to their societies. Too often they face violence, exploitation, and even death. This region is leading by example in saying, no woman is invisible and no woman's journey is unworthy of dignity. Every journey and every life requires dignity. We are deeply inspired by the region's call to the revitalization of the Commission on the Status of Women. Your vision for a commission that is fit for purpose is a powerful step forward. We appreciate the leadership of countries like the Dominican Republic, Panama, Brazil, Argentina, Costa Rica, Uruguay, El Salvador, who actively advanced this initiative during the negotiations of the Pact for the Future. As this process moves forward, spearheaded by Canada at the helm and as president of ECOSOC, we look forward to the vision and wisdom of Latin America and the Caribbean to shape this revitalized Commission on the Status of Women. One with strengthened accountability that provides space and dedicated and frank discussions on violence against women, and one that brings together all pillars of the UN's work on human rights, on developments, on peace and security, for streamlined and coherent action for women and girls. Throughout the past 3 days, I had the privilege to meet many of you. Informal setting, hugs along the corridor, coffee together, government officials, civil society. I was struck by the common ethos and the passion and the dream that we each hold for our region in Latin America and the Caribbean. You are not just the future of the region. You are the present in driving progress with determination and courage. I heard your calls for greater access to education and training, for resources to empower young people. Let us continue to place girls, the girl child, at the front and center of our efforts, ensuring that every girl has the opportunity to live a life free of barriers and full of promise. I heard stories of resilience and hope, and of profound pain and suffering. My heart is heavy with the accounts of violence and injustice that women and girls in the region continue to endure. I cannot ignore the devastating impact of organized crime on women and girls in this region. Women are disproportionately targeted for trafficking, forced labor, and sexual exploitation. They live in fear, unspeakable violence, and abuse. These are issues that you have raised, but these are not incidents. These are systemic and therefore require systemic solutions. As I reflect on this, I want to acknowledge that we continue to hear of the regressions that are happening on the decisions that you already committed to relating to gender equality. It takes all of us to continue to uphold the values of the United Nations, the values of equality, of justice, and of human rights. Let's continue to applaud the advances in gender parity across institutions as we honor the transformations that we have named. As we conclude this meeting, we are inspired by the resounding commitments, a renewed pledge to uphold non-discrimination and tackle inequalities, a powerful call for greater resources, a powerful call for deeper analysis that being low and middle income countries does not relate to equality of opportunities for all in a region which continues to carry high levels of inequalities in and by itself. In closing, allow me to reiterate, this is the final year anniversary of Beijing before the SDGs in 2030. We are at that moment. Yes, we may be off track on some of the key indicators, but we can finish strong. It's possible to finish strong on the SDGs. And to move the needle for the gender equality indicators as we do the countdown, the declaration that you have adopted really enables us to achieve that. Let us agree upon and shape together an action agenda that provide a roadmap for bold, high impact measures that can be tangible and which we can deliver by 2030. Let us carry the energy of Santiago forward. Let us honor this declaration with action. I look forward to seeing many of you as we continue this effort at the CSW 69 in New York. I learned, and I learned very fast, that I cannot conclude without saying Viva America Latina y Caribe. Vivan Vivan las mujeres niñas. Vivas. Vivas. No queridos. Thank you. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a la directora
I'd like to
adjunta de
thank
ONU
the
Mujeres. A continuación, nuestra
Deputy Director of UN Women,
vicepresidenta
now our
y pronto presidenta
Vice
de esta
Chairman
conferencia, la
and
señora Ingrid
Chairman to be
Gómez,
Ingrid
de México.
Gomez Santiago on behalf of Mexico. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Jose Manuel Salazar, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. You've been a wonderful host in this great meeting. My dear sister, Yaratari Gumunsvanda, she's the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Also, Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean with UN Women. And of course, Anna Westmes, our Director of the Division of Gender Affairs with ECLAC. Sisters, so energetic, sisters from our civil society, our sisters, ministers, deputy ministers, delegates from the many countries, and of course, on behalf of the Undersecretary to our host country, Chile, thank you. I'm really honored of sharing this time with all of you. I said that there were so many voices, so many realities, so many stories, so many challenges and plans ahead. Again, even though progress has been made and will continue to make progress in many of our territories, we cannot step back. We cannot lose our wins and victories. We still have lots to do to pay the social debt with our peoples, and especially the historical debt with women, with girls, with our rights and the possibility of that life we all deserve, we all dream, a full life. No doubt, these are times of change, and the deepening of the debate should be structural. Violence indicators in the region are a warning sign and a call to be attentive, the fight, looking all the necessary and possible mechanisms to move towards the eradication of all types of violence. And here, dear colleagues, I will have to concur with many of you, saying that we can allocate budgets, but the way in which we can face violence and promote substantial changes in the mid and long term is by betting on cultural change, and that we will do it with prevention, but also with zero impunity. Society must debate and break the circles of violence. Therefore, our president, Dr. Sheinbaum, has requested us to socialize the rights of women among women and among men, especially in Mexican households that far from being our safe spaces, safe havens, end up being the spaces where we have the highest numbers of violence against women and girls. The Charter of Rights to be shared by our president in January 2025. It's a popular teaching tool to take rights down to the citizen in the construction of that society of substantial equality. This chart will allow for institutional articulation to serve to against violence and and education for the staff and private sector workers, among many. We all have to talk and defend the rights for a full life. This, besides the utopia, it's ratifying our vocation for the decolonization and depatriarchalization of society. It's allowing ourselves to lay the foundations of the new societies that needs to be deeply humanistic in nature. The society of care, it's one of the topics that becomes important because it allows us to recover the idea of the state as a caregiver, promoter of life, uh, for the opportunities and rights for everyone, especially if we take into account that we live in the most unequal continent. The approval of the constitutional mandate of substantial equality in my country plays oppose the state the implementation of plans and to meet with the expectations of our people. No more women making less money for the same work. No more girls excluded from the education system. No more women dying in illegal abortions or dying uh, giving birth because of a lack of public health care. No more women without access to information technology. No more violence. No, because alive, we are alive and we love ourselves alive. Rather than slogans like we heard yesterday from the civil society, these are the guidelines. Those are our mantras of everything we still need to do, still need to build and debate. And of course, we will not stop because we will have a historical responsibility and we are in a hurry because we inherit the fight of many and we will pass the responsibility to other girls and women that are here facing a system in a more and more violent system against us, like Narapsadi just said. If I may, let me share with you a story as a symbol of the new times. A Mexican actor, not many weeks ago, said that the Mexican president was a housewife. And the president took the opportunity, known as the Mañanera del Pueblo, and she said, I am the president. I am a grandmother. I'm a mother and a housewife. I'm proudly so. Immediately, hundreds of women viralized this. They took that phrase and they changed signs, put that as architects, engineers, police women, professors, governors, and many others. expressing their condition as women, among many other social tasks which were masculinized, and they are vindicated by these victories, which are not only electoral victories, but victories of life, of social dimension, victories of transformation, like our Citlali Hernandez said this morning. We will be pleased, welcome you in Mexico, and we call upon you so that the conference become collective to share methodologies, the experiences, so that not only women in Mexico can become involved and engaged, but women from the whole region. And as we have said, it's time for women in Latin America and the Caribbean, because warning, feminist fight for Latin America and the Caribbean. To me, personally, and on behalf of the state of Mexico, has been a pleasure leading the work of these sessions. I have thoughts and lessons. I have sisters, brothers with me. See you in Mexico 2025, in the middle of the moon, Mexico, Tenochtitlan. Thank you.
Now we have the formal period of time where we are closing and ending with the work. Thank you very much for your efforts, for your happiness and your work. Thank you very much.